Xtoriez Audio presents Dragons vs. Dinosaurs. Read for you today by G.L. Stryckler.
Something stomped through the underbrush. Something large, very large. Something quick, a beast fiercer, more powerful than mere man. The creature ran, ripping through the bushes and tearing down trees as if they were simple twigs, their roots rupturing from the ground, sending dirt flying in every direction. The monster rushed forward, continuing on, its heavy weight abusing the very ground it tread upon. Swoosh! A long wooden spear flew through the rushing air that streamed from the creature's back. The spear glanced off the monster's coarse skin with little or no effort and landed with a soft thud among the tall grasses. The creature roared victoriously, and just as magically as it had appeared, it disappeared into the shadows of the tall trees and was gone. All was now calm, quiet. A young hand bent down and picked up the spear that had fallen, defeated. The hand extended the spear to a young face that examined the damage to the sharp stone head. Young eyes peered over every inch of the spear. No damage could be seen. Long dark hair fell into his eyes. He pushed the hair back over his ears. He was a young boy, no older than 13 years of age. He was young, but very skilled in the art of hunting. The boy wore furs for warmth and camouflage. He had brown skin for almost the same reason, including semi-thick hair on his feet, legs, arms, and the beginning of facial hair about his chin and upper lip that seemed rare for one so young. A missing link of sorts, he grunted, unable to speak. His usual weapon of choice was a thick, heavy wooden club carved from solid oak. His father had developed the spear, and though it was lighter and much more agile, still failed to produce a more desired outcome when it came to the hunt. A deafening roar with vibrations that almost caused the grass to sway erupted through the air once more. The trees began to part with a splintering crunch and devastating cracking of the branches. Flocks of birds frantically took to the air from the leaves in a swarm of panic. The monster was coming back. The boy looked at his spear, his only weapon. It would not work. He clutched it tightly and ran through the grass and up a rocky slope to his shelter on the hill. He dodged one boulder after the next until he retreated into the darkness of the cave. The protection of his cave. The cave, his home. He crouched in the corner sweating. He wiped the sweat from his heavy brow and nervously chuckled another grunt. He was safe, at least for the moment. The monster outside moaned and roared in anguish, in anger, in disgust. Splash! "You've just about got it," Prince Christopher cried. "Just a bit further. Move those rocks." "Yes, Your Majesty," the commoners called back sarcastically. The peasants had set to work several weeks ago rerouting the river across the wind-swept northern Scottish highlands to eventually form a waterfall that would pour over the edge of the rocky cliffs and stream down magnificently into the ocean. This was done to discourage many of the large reptilian creatures from building their nests along the coarse stone ridges, and, quite honestly, to show outsiders that they as people could alter Mother Nature for their own whim. Prince Christopher oversaw the project for the time being, while his father, King Redham, was away dealing with more important matters. The commoners did not like being ordered around by a 14-year-old boy and would mock him with every chance they got. But how to deal? How to cope? What truly goes through the mind of a young boy that will someday be a king? The young prince stood as distinctly stern as royalty should, his tousled brown hair waving in the wind, when an unexpected stirring of the grass from behind suddenly caught Prince Christopher by surprise. Without thinking, he drew his sword and slashed defensively at the person that had mounted a sneak attack and was now standing with stealth behind him. Clank! The person swiftly blocked his advance, and with very little effort knocked the sword from his hand with their metallic saber. Both the prince's long sword and the intruder's short sword went flying. The young girl standing before the prince, wearing a long dark green dress and golden belt, had not been holding a sword, but instead a silver dagger. "Some king you'll be someday if you can't hold on to your weapon, and knocked from your grasp with a small dagger, no less," the girl jeered. It was his younger sister by 2 years, Princess Elsie, and though she had stunning, long, straight auburn hair, still resembled the young prince with many of the same Celtic family features. Prince Christopher, embarrassed by being outwitted by a little girl, frowned disappointingly. "You're no better a sword fighter than I am," he said. Both retrieved their weapons. "Are they finished yet?" Princess Elsie asked, trying to change the subject. "I can't wait to see and play in the waterfall." Prince Christopher scoffed, still upset about his quick defeat. "No, it will still take several more days, and there will be no playing in the falls when they are completed." "Why not?" "Too dangerous. The waterfall is only in place to serve a purpose." "Oh, I hardly doubt that," Princess Elsie responded. "The waterfall is going to be there to beautify the kingdom." "How do you figure that?" Princess Elsie looked over the countryside. "Just look at the fragrant purple-pink bell-shaped heather that grows on the moor. Look at the lakes, lochs, and trees. What would be more perfect than a waterfall that escapes into the ocean?" Prince Christopher rolled his eyes, but was at a loss for words. A shadow from something large and scaly from above suddenly raced along the ground and passed over the prince and princess. Prince Christopher dropped to the ground. Princess Elsie panicked. Screaming, she ran and dove into the protection of the newly dug ravine. The peasants laughed, seeing their two pathetic future rulers scared to death by an unknown silhouette. Prince Christopher slowly stood and looked to the sky. Whatever had flown past was gone now. "It was a flying bunny rabbit," another voice revealed. The peasants laughed harder. "No, it was a flying kitten," another scoffed. The peasants were almost doubled over with hysterical laughter. Princess Elsie slowly crawled out of the new riverbed and dusted herself off. She'd been impressed by her luck to disarm her brother with a dagger, but she felt as if every little thing she did now was just a huge joke. She was humiliated. Prince Christopher helped his sister. She was really all he had in life. "Back to work, everyone," he shouted as stately as possible, trying to hide the fact that his lower lip was quivering and moisture was filling the corner of his eyes. Maybe he should not be a king after all. Both of them felt like running away. "Yes, Your Highness, whatever you say, Your Highness," a couple of the diggers responded cynically with a rude chuckle. With smug smiles still on their faces, they went back to work with their shovels and pickaxes. "What do you think that was?" Prince Christopher whispered to his sister. "I don't know, but it was no bunny rabbit." Their thoughts were interrupted when the court's page, the king's personal servant, came running up. Your Majesties, you must return to the castle." He stopped running and paused to catch his breath. "You must return to the castle." "For what purpose?" Prince Christopher ordered. "It's not safe, Your Majesties." "I must remain here to oversee the work on the river." "You must return with me to the castle, I implore you, young sire." Princess Elsie cut in politely. "Why must we return?" The Vikings have returned to the kingdom." Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie turned and looked out over the rocky shore to the ocean below. Sure enough, 2 large Viking ships were anchored some distance out, but these were not the usual bulky cargo ships. These were long ships, used mostly for exploration and war. The ships were huge wooden crafts with large white sails and long, powerful oars built for maneuvering. The wood was dark and rich in color, and carved into the bow was a giant head of a sea serpent. Perhaps you're right," Prince Christopher uttered. "We should return to the castle." The 3 ran back over the grassy landscape, over the moat, across the drawbridge, and through the large stone gateway. The Vikings were already there. wearing their armor, horned helmets, swords, and axes. The prince and princess continued on into the main palace chamber, past the worst, messiest, vicious-looking men they've ever seen. Their own palace guards felt the same way and poised their weapons ready for anything. The king had returned from his business trip and was now sitting upon his throne, laughing heartily. He stopped abruptly when he saw them enter. "Ah, my son, my daughter, come here, sit beside me," he declared. The king was still wearing his traveling ceremony attire of crimson robe and golden crown. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie walked up the few steps and took their places alongside their father and sat down. "What is this about, father?" Prince Christopher asked. "Ah, my son," the king continued, "I want you to meet Diodor, leader of the Vikings." The prince and princess said nothing, just bowed their heads politely. "As I was saying, Your Highness," Diodor went on, scratching his large chest and stroking his long blonde beard nervously, "we have received a declaration of war." "From the Orient?" the king responded. "Correct." The king laughed again. "Why in heaven and earth would they have declared war on you?" "They want our gold." Everyone laughed this time. Diodor was not amused and quickly became angry. "Your Majesty," he said, "I beseech you, I come to you not as an enemy, but as an ally." "And why should I trust you?" the king asked. "Ah, a most honorable question, Your Highness," Diodor said humbly. "I have done right by you as much as I have done wrong by you, as opposed, of course, to the Orient, which has done wrong by both of us." The king thought for several long seconds. "This is true," he said finally. "And what do you intend to do about the Orient?" Diodor unrolled a large parchment and laid it out on a nearby table. The king rose from his throne, walked down the steps, and stood close to the unruly Viking for a closer look. "This is a map of Asia," Diodor said. "They are located in the east, and we in the west. If we impose a sneak attack across the land, it would cause us undue hardships. However, if we set sail on the ocean toward the west, we will eventually arrive on Asia's east coast and mount an attack they would never see it coming. An attack that they could never have dreamed of." The king stepped back in an instant of shock and surprise. "Are you implying, dear sir, that the world is round? That if we sail to the west, we will arrive in Asia?" "Ah, precisely so, Your Majesty," Diodor said confidently, rolling up the map. Nobody in the palace chamber spoke. Nobody moved. "The world is as round as the moon and the stars above," Diodor continued. "We ask nothing more from you than a few men, weapons, and bravery enough to sail into the west for a just cause." The king returned to his throne and sat down, thinking. "When do you expect to set sail?" he asked. "On the morrow," Diodor answered. "And how long do you believe this journey to the Orient will take?" Diodor stroked his beard again. "At the most 2.5, maybe 3 days." "How do you believe that is possible? A journey across the ocean with mere sails and oars would take months, even years." "Ah, we are not powered by oars or sails." "How then do you derive power?" "Dragons." Everyone in the palace chamber gasped simultaneously. "No!" declared the king, rising to his feet. "Demonic creatures! My vast army is trained and skilled in the art of dragon slaying. I myself have scoured the countryside and neighboring kingdoms, searching for the best dragon slayers in the land. Why, right this very moment, my villagers are creating a canal that will pour over the cliffs and eradicate and rid our kingdom of the horrid dragons." Diodor laughed. "Your waterfall will attract dragons if nothing else. What dragon wouldn't want a nest behind a waterfall? A waterfall where they could eat, drink, seek shelter, shade. How splendid, how wonderful." The king frowned and took a seat again. Diodor became serious. "Ah, Your Majesty, dragons are wonderful, miraculous animals, and I will prove it to you, just as I will by sailing my ship to the west. Please think about what I have said. I will return for your answer in the morning." He bowed deeply and, with a turn of his ankles, rose and strode with his men out of the open doors. The king sat in silence, staring at his son and daughter. Nobody spoke. The rising sun highlighted the serene early morning Chinese landscape. The new light slowly etched its way across the mountain tops and revealed a majority of new colors and sights, as well as early morning sounds and smells. At the base of one of the greatest mountain ranges in the world was built the Grand Imperial Palace in the region of Xi'an. The palace was well constructed and could virtually withstand any attack from any enemy, and had done so many times in the past. The outer roof of the main palace swirled and arched in decorative form, and was painted red for happiness, power, and good fortune. Every person within had much gladness and honor to live there. Running swiftly up the front dirt path and through the heavy front gates flew a young boy of 13. The Imperial Guards recognized him immediately and let him pass. He had served several years as the Imperial Messenger Boy. The boy sprinted through the Imperial Gardens, passing the artfully trimmed bushes and tiny pensai trees, as well as the crystal-clear ponds that contained the beautiful floating lotus flower and other water lilies. He darted past the rare phoenix rooster that was preening its exotic 20-foot tail, which crowed and squawked at having been disrupted. The boy raced on unapologetically through a group of 15 Imperial maidens that were dressed in red dresses, that were busy practicing their early morning bamboo flute performance of the dragon dance, and just about found themselves knocked to the ground or falling into the nearby fountains. A black and white panda playing with a red ball amusingly rolled out of the way. The boy shouted something as he arrived at his destination and waved a large parchment to the guards standing outside the Emperor's personal chambers. They looked the boy over and cautiously allowed him to enter. The young boy did not slow down until he was in the sight of the most powerful ruler in the land. The Emperor was dressed in his finest purple robes and was just finishing his breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. "What is meaning of intrusion?" he declared. "A message, master! An urgent message from the leader of the army!" the boy yelled excitedly. Calm down, the Emperor urged. The boy took several deep breaths. The general of the palace guards had seen all the commotion and entered the personal chambers unannounced. "What's going on here?" he ordered, half bowing. The Emperor patted the boy on the shoulder. "Young Kai has just arrived. Important word from Imperial warriors." Kai smiled. The palace guard general was not amused with Kai's antics, but did not have time to discuss it now. "What is message?" he asked. The Emperor unrolled the parchment and looked it over seriously. "What is message?" General asked again. "It says the Vikings have plans to steal our gold, are currently mounting an attack." "How? Why?" "It does not say." The general slowly took the parchment to read for himself. "This is impossible! They wouldn't dare try something so bold." The Emperor was still perplexed. He looked at Kai again. "You say this message come directly from Imperial forces?" "Yes, master." The general rolled the parchment and tucked it under his arm. "The Vikings are more than likely mounting an attack over land, gathering recruits along the way. I say we strike first by sailing to the east and arriving on their west border with surprise attack that has not been seen before in history. It's the only way to maintain our honor." The Emperor did not hesitate. "I agree. We sail and strike at once." "Very good, honorable master," the general concluded, bowing completely this time. "And we must use our secret weapons," the Emperor chanted, clutching his fists. Kai was too curious to refrain from asking questions. "Master, what is our secret weapon?" The Emperor kneeled down and looked the young boy directly in the eye. "Dragons," he whispered. At dawn, early the next morning, King Rudham and his 2 children, Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie, had packed nearly all of their earthly possessions and were preparing to board a small craft that would take them out to the Viking longship. Sir Scotwell, the king's best dragon slayer, approached, clutching his sword still in its scabbard. "Your Highness," he said. The king turned in his direction. "I am to report that you have 150 men traveling with you on this voyage. Most are already on the Viking ship." The king nodded. "Oh, very good. I take it you are traveling with us?" "Yes, sire. I intend to serve and protect Prince Christopher and Princess Elsinore." "Elsie!" the princess corrected him. Sir Scotwell continued talking to the king. "Whom, if I may ask, is to oversee the kingdom here?" "My wife the queen and her brother Duke Jortmire." "Ah, very good, sire. I will board the vessel after everyone else is aboard." The king nodded again. He and his children approached the small wooden rowboat, and Diodor helped them with the last of their luggage. Soon they had reached the large Viking ship and were being hoisted aboard when the most horrible moment occurred. A large shadow fell over the entire ship. It did not fall over anything in the ocean, but reserved itself for the ship alone. Prince Christopher shivered and slowly turned to view the large object in the sky. It had a large, green, scaly head with dark green horns, large protruding teeth, heavily curved muscular jaw, and flaring nostrils set high on the snout. It had a long, slender green body that was about 50 feet in length, with large green scales set in a diamond-shaped pattern. Sharp spines and hornlets ran down the length of its back from its head to the end of its long, solid, waving tail. If it had been standing, it probably would have been 15 feet high from the ground to the top of its head. It kicked 4 powerful legs, as big as tree trunks, through the air as if it was trying to swim through the sky. And on occasion, it would flick a long, thin, slimy forked tongue that appeared red or pink from below. As it hovered above, the 2 massive paper-thin wings protruding from its back extended to a miraculous 80 feet in width. Each flap and movement triumphantly moved air back and forth along the deck of the ship. Its breath reeked of burning coal. It rumbled a long, slow, penetrating growl. Prince Christopher could taste nothing but fear. "A dragon!" Princess Elsie screamed. The Vikings cheered, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" One Viking threw several ropes up, over, and around the dragon's neck. He slowly and meticulously maneuvered the dragon to the front of the ship and fastened him securely. The white sails fell instantly and the oars were withdrawn as the dragon unhurriedly began to tow the line with the ship following after. Prince Christopher glanced to his left and noticed Sir Scotwell, now aboard, nervously biting his lip and trying his best not to shoot an arrow into the air and destroy the massive creature, for it was in his blood as a slayer of dragons. Within minutes, 2 other green dragons flew in front from the north, but these had minor differences. One had a rider sitting securely in a specially designed saddle that sat atop the dragon's long, powerful neck. The other had a wooden basket with thick ropes that had been tied around the dragon's midsection and was fastened under his belly, much like the basket under a hot air balloon. The basket contained 2 riders and appeared big enough to eat and sleep in. The dragon with the basket sailed in the air higher and slightly ahead of the other 2, which probably indicated that it was the leader and the lookout for anything dangerous on the high seas. Just like the first dragon, the 2 new dragons were also fastened with long ropes to the front of the ship, and instantly they were off, setting sail fast and furiously across the water, the waves slicing below the bow with a roar as loud as the dragons themselves. Young Kai awoke early the next morning, knowing this was the day of the great voyage across the ocean. He rushed excitedly through his morning rituals and chores, and by mid-afternoon was ready to go. The Imperial Guards of the Chinese army had already spent the day before and much of last night preparing the Asian dragons for the long trip. The animals were fed, groomed, and their inner blaze extracted for the Kyoto furnace. A Kyoto was a large bamboo aircraft that could sail fast and furiously through the sky at great speeds. Since Asian dragons were too willowy in movement to allow any contraption to be harnessed to their bodies, Kyotos had to be designed to work independently of the dragons. Kyotos were built to hold 7 to 10 men and were made mostly with the fibrous wood from large bamboo trees. The bamboo trunks and branches were painstakingly laced together with long, wide strips of heavy silk, and were held in the air by long stationary wings made of red silk and thin leaves from the various surrounding plant life. Only dragons had the right flame to ignite the Kyoto furnace and allow it to fly. Since this had to be done every several hours to keep the massive fleet airborne, the dragons had to follow behind and individually keep each craft aloft. Of the 3 main breeds of dragons, only 2 could fly. First were the sun dragons, which had yet only been seen and never captured. Second were the cloud dragons, which had served triumphantly for the imperial army for many, many years. And third were the water or river dragons, which could not fly but still remained a great service for many civilian purposes. Kai, himself, had found and tried to tame a river dragon a year ago, but the creature was too independent and would not give himself to one master. Kai had discovered the dragon living under the current of the Yellow River outside of Xi'an while he was boating with his mother and father. The dragon was as yellow in color as the soot that flowed in the river, and he lived comfortably in an underwater cave. He was about 40 feet long and 12 feet high, with 4 legs, each containing 5 toes with small claws on the end. The dragon had 2 long whiskery feelers or antennae, and its snout, small stag-like horns, long mane like a horse, and an extremely long, thin body covered in thick, rough scales, and a feathery tail made of something that was neither hair nor feathers. The 50 dragons that were employed by the imperial army to seek out the Vikings were exactly the same in almost every respect and detail as Kai's river dragon, except for the fact that the chosen cloud dragons had large, powerful wings and could fly. The imperial dragon's bodies also moved in the same way, in which every several inches or so of its long frame moved independently of the next, making them appear to slither, and were often called shapeshifters. The army of dragons, men, and Kyotos had assembled to the east outside the border of Xi'an and were preparing to take to the air. There were a total of 49 to 50 dragons, ranging in color from blue and green, blue-green, black, white, red, and even 2 yellow dragons hidden among the crowd. Kai could not miss this chance. He left a note for his parents, sneaked into the encampment, quietly crept aboard the nearest Kyoto, and hid in a nearly empty trunk, nestling his small body comfortably into the bundle of soft clothes. From outside, Kai heard the orders given, and soon they were on their way. The movements of the Kyoto were harsh at first, but within minutes they had hit a steady airstream, and all was calm. Kai imagined a vast number of Kyoto air flyers sailing through the clouds in perfect formation, along with the powerful dragons following protectively after, when quietly, fumes from the furnace, made up of the dragon's magic fire, drifted slowly into the trunk like a lullaby, and carefully carried Kai into a deep, peaceful, restful sleep. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie had found a little corner of space on the lower deck of the first longship, along with several other 100 men, so they hung and fastened a couple of sheets up along some wooden beams for a little bit of privacy. Princess Elsie had just come down from the upper deck and entered her room to change. Prince Christopher was sitting on the edge of his bed, which was made up of cloth and straw, and began pulling his boots off his aching feet. "Christopher?" Princess Elsie called out from her side of the thin white curtain. "Yes," he responded. "I'm scared." "Scared of what?" I was just up on deck, and the ocean waves look awfully dark." "So? It probably means that it might rain. You've been out on the ocean in rain before." "Well, that's not what I'm scared of." "Then what are you afraid of?" "Dragons." Prince Christopher did not care much for dragons either, but he had to chuckle at his sister's fear of them. "Are you laughing at me?" Elsie asked, throwing back the curtain and walking into Prince Christopher's room. She was now wearing an ankle-length white dress, as she would never be caught in less than high princess fashion. Prince Christopher laughed harder. Yeah, I suppose I am laughing at you. Elsie sat on the bed next to him. Well, it's not funny. The water out there is dark, and who knows what kind of mysterious creatures and sea monsters are down below. Oh, it's just your imagination. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Now it's my turn to laugh, Elsie said, rolling her eyes. No, Prince Christopher said, patting his sword. I'll defend us both from all sea monsters. Not if you've been eaten first. Oh, monsters don't scare me. You're no dragon slayer. Well, I will be. When? Soon. Yeah, I can just see it now, Princess Elsie said sarcastically. All hail the great Prince Christopher, the mighty dragon slayer. Well, at least I'm not afraid of imaginary sea monsters, Prince Christopher fired back as snide as possible. I'm not afraid. You just have to be ready for anything. Prince Christopher sneered. I am always ready for anything. So, Princess Elsie said, leaning back, when will you become a real dragon slayer? They were interrupted by their father's voice when he announced that it was now time for dinner. Prince Christopher took this opportunity to duck out of the curtain and out of sight of his young sister before he had to answer any questions about not being a real dragon slayer. He had always wanted to be one, but had not yet gone through the training. All he could do was hope that all that was about to change. On his way across the ship, Prince Christopher saw a strange man walk past him, wearing a gray robe with a thick hood that covered his head and hid his face. The man was obviously trying to hide. How odd, the prince thought to himself, and hurried on, not thinking any more about it. Dinner was a large, hearty meal, with every person on the ship sitting around a large wooden table that could be assembled and disassembled rather quickly. Everything was served, including soft, warm breads, fruits, and vegetables from all over the world, and best of all, prime roasted duck that could be dipped into rare and exotic sauces. The Vikings were vicious men, but they sure knew how to serve and eat a great meal. Princess Elsie was disgusted that there was no tablecloth. Halfway through eating, Prince Christopher's mind wandered back to Princess Elsie's question of, when will you become a real dragon slayer? It was a reasonable question, and Prince Christopher should have answered. Not on this trek, or we'll never make it to Asia. That would have been a great comeback. Good ideas of how to defend yourself in speech never come when you want them to. The king raised a tender, juicy roasted duck leg and proclaimed to Diodor how delicious it was. By what means did all this outer skin get roasted to crisp perfection? He asked. Dragon's breath, one Viking yelled. The magic fire of our dragon's belly, another Viking chimed in. Princess Elsie dropped her duck midway through chewing and watched it land on her plate. How barbaric, she exclaimed. The Vikings roared with laughter, like they always did. They seemed to think everything was funny. Their father, the king, thought that they as children should also not take life so seriously. But everything had its limits, such as eating a grand meal that had been spit on by a disgusting reptile. The next day, toward evening, any mere thought or question of dragon slaying was crushed by the sheer numbers of what was about to arrive. From behind, some distance from where the ship had just sailed, came a faint black cloud, a thick swarm, a dreadful force of fierce, fire-breathing dragons. Even the Vikings themselves appeared a bit overwhelmed. The beast numbered over 100 or more. They flew very quickly, and when they finally reached the ships, slowed gradually and followed as if reinforcements had arrived. Leading the large horde were several brass dragons that, when viewed from below, had outstretched wings that formed a triangular shape of skin that were attached along their bodies all the way to the tips of their tails. Flying behind them were several blue dragons with large, bat-like, indigo-colored wings. Each had a large, bony horn in the middle of its forehead, and small flower-shaped ears that highlighted their spike-covered heads. Following third in rank were many bronze dragons that had 3 large horns on each side of their heads that angled back toward their tails, with 2 larger black horns perched at the top of their heads for unyielding protection of their small eyes. The fourth group were numerous copper dragons that were much smaller than the rest, but still seemed very mischievous, as if in battle they used their brains and cunning instead of power. The fifth group spotted were a few silver dragons that flew in and out, and along with the other flocks of dragons. They had long, magnificent manes running from the tops of their heads down their long, graceful necks and bodies to the very tip of their tails. The sixth group numbered over 20 or so. They were the gold dragons, and had wings that were wide at the shoulders and narrower at the tail. As they flew, the wings began to ripple as if they were swimming instead of flying. Seventh were a dozen white dragons, whose white scales seemed to sparkle and shine in the sunlight. Their wings were frayed a bit at the edges, and they had a marvelous streamlined head that helped them sail through the sky. Eighth were the majestic green dragons that were identical to the 3 dragons towing the ship across the water. Ninth were 3 red dragons that had the largest wings and wingspan than any of the other dragons, and it looked as if they had arrived from their homes in the depth of active volcanoes. 10th and last, bringing up the rear, was one ugly, mean black dragon. It looked as if he did not want to be there. He had 2 fierce pitch-black horns on either side of his head that ran forward and were quite deadly. It had black scales and wings as black as night. It was truly a force to be reckoned with. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie quickly went below and sought shelter for the night. The next 2 days that followed, however, turned out to be surprisingly rather fun. The Vikings taught Prince Christopher how to deep sea fish using a long reed pole and thin twine. Despite what Princess Elsie had predicted, no sea monsters were ever caught. The princess, on the other hand, had been very successful at teaching the Vikings polite table manners and how to comb their hair. On the 3rd day, a call went out from the 2 Vikings in the basket from the lead dragon, followed by a call from the Viking that was steering the ship. "Land! Land straight ahead! Land ho!" Everyone rushed to the deck to get a better look, causing the entire ship to sway in the water. Loud cheers erupted and could be heard from the second ship that was still half a mile away. Every last shipmate stared longingly ahead at the light gray rocky shoreline and thick masses of trees. As they drew ever nearer, an eerie hush fell over the crew. One Viking finally spoke up, coughing, nearly choking on his words, and said what everybody else had been thinking. "That does not look like Asia." Kai slept soundly and was snoring away when the lid of the trunk slowly opened and light fell across his young face. An arm reached down and grabbed him, pulled him from the trunk, and stood him upright. Kai was groggy and for several seconds did not know what was going on. "Boy!" someone shouted. "Boy, what you do here?" Kai slowly woke and began to speak as well as he could. I wanted to come with you. Come with you on the journey, the quest." The man that held him sat him down roughly on a stool in the corner of the Kayaito. 8 other men were watching him angrily now. "It too late take him back now," a second man stated. "Most dishonorable," said a third. "You dishonor your mother and father," said a fourth. Kai looked at the 9 men as innocently as he could. I wanted to serve the mission with dragons." "Most dishonorable," the third man kept saying over and over again. "Most dishonorable." Despite the 9 men's anger, they fed Kai a delicious meal of sweet and sour rice, which Kai tried to eat with chopsticks, but the rocking and turbulence of the Kayaito made things rather difficult, especially when one red dragon flew up from behind and tried to keep the furnace lit with his fiery breath and kept bumping the aircraft with his snout. Regardless, he finished every last bite. 8 of the men went back to their chores, shaking their heads in disbelief. The 9th began to prepare a small bed for Kai. "You sleep here," he said. "We be over land soon." Kai turned and looked through a small makeshift window in the bamboo. He felt the quick wind hitting his face through the opening. He peered out and saw the great ocean miles below. The water seemed to stretch for eternity. Kai had only now remembered that he was afraid of heights, and a cold shiver suddenly went down his spine. Kai quickly turned his head in the opening to look forward, and saw what might in fact be land. It had wide, sloping, sand-covered beaches, but was still too far away to be seen distinctly. He couldn't quite tell. The long ships anchored, and the men began to fill the rowboats and head for shore. The dragons flew ahead and landed on the slippery rocks of the coast to rest and eat their fill of the native fish. They made camp a mile or so from shore, and that night, when the Vikings and knights returned to the camp from exploration, they declared that this new continent was indeed not Asia. They had discovered a whole new world. That night there was much celebrating, and many of the men could not sleep. Campfires were started with the magic breath from the bronze dragons, which could burn for weeks, even months, without ever going out. The fires had an orange-pink flame and whistled magic tunes that you could hear only if you listened closely enough. On occasion, when the fire crackled, the sparks that flew into the air almost resembled fairies dancing around, and then would fall back into the flames like fairy dust. The next day, most of the knights and Vikings geared up for further exploration to the south and to the north. They mounted the backs of dragons and rode off along the ground as if they were riding horseback. Princess Elsie found it odd that they did not fly, but Prince Christopher explained that it was easier for exploring on the ground. They would miss too much from the air. The king, young prince and princess, and Sir Scotwell were part of a group that were to explore the west. The Vikings and knights that followed them also rode their dragons as if they were horses or steeds. They traveled about 6 miles, investigating every new plant and small animal that they came across, and then once again made camp. Once they were settled in and ate a satisfying dinner, a sudden loud roar trumpeted across the landscape. "What was that?" Princess Elsie squealed, cringing next to her father. "Perhaps a dragon," one knight said. "That was no dragon," a Viking pointed out. Dusk was settling in, and though there was plenty of light, it was decided that they would further investigate the sound. The Vikings and knights lit torches that they brought with them from the old country. The flames from the torches had the same orange-pink dancing fairy sparks that the campfire had, and Princess Elsie lit a torch for herself. They walked together as a tight-knit group and made their way through the densely forested area. All at once, the trees ahead began to bend, and a large, terrible creature tore forward, roaring angrily and pawing at the ground. It walked upright on 2 powerful hind legs and had 2 tiny, almost useless arms for shredding. Its skin was rough and leathery with a pebble pattern, and it had a long tail that stuck straight out for balance. Above all, it had a large head and powerful jaw with rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster continued to roar and stomp the ground. It did not notice the small people watching. It was too enraged at something. It walked furiously off, continuing to bend and crack the trees, and destroying anything else that got in its way. The small group of Vikings and knights stood mesmerized. "That was certainly not a dragon," Sir Scotwell said, finally breaking the stunned silence. "Let's see where the beast has been," the king advised. The group pressed forward through the debris of fallen trees and crushed bushes until they came to the base of a rocky hill. Sir Scotwell examined the trail. "It appears that the monster has come to this point and then left, following almost the same path here and back again," he pointed out. "Then there must be something up this hill that he wants," the king said. "Look, father," Princess Elsie said. "Up there! There's a cave, look!" Everyone's gaze followed where she was pointing. She was right. There was a small opening in the stone. "If that monster was a type of dragon, perhaps there is a hoard of gold and jewels in the cave," one greedy Viking exclaimed. Everyone smiled and looked around cautiously. "Let's find out," the king stated. One by one, they climbed the rocky slope, passing one large boulder after the next, until they finally arrived at the opening. A couple of knights shined their torches inside, but could not see anything. "Who will be the first to enter?" a Viking said, adjusting his horned helmet and taking 2 steps back. "I will go first," Sir Scartwell said confidently. He clutched his torch tightly and disappeared into the shadows. Everyone followed. Inside, everything was pitch black. A small rock fell and hit Prince Christopher on the head. Princess Elsie, standing right behind him, laughed. Suddenly another rock hit him. That was odd. Princess Elsie raised her torch and saw a hairy human figure standing on a rock ledge just above her head. She screamed. The king and Sir Scartwell were at her side within seconds. They held their torches up and saw the same young boy. He was dressed in wild furs and was almost completely covered in hair. The cave boy continued to throw rocks. Sir Scartwell blocked and fended them off with his sword until he himself was up on the ridge and grabbed the boy by the arm. He escorted him down, and everyone circled around him and stared, torches held high. "What shall we do with him?" Sir Scartwell asked the king. The king looked at the other men. "Search the cave and see if there's any others like him." The men dispersed and came back a few minutes later. "The cave does not go back much further. We could find no others like him," a short Viking reported. "Anything else?" the king asked. "There are also no signs of gold or jewels," the short Viking continued. "Very well," the king said. "The cave boy shall come with us for the night, and we will decide what to do with him in the morning. Perhaps he can tell us which continent we have arrived, and possibly direct us around the landscape." As the group left the cave, the darkness of the night had fallen, and they had to find their way back to camp by dim torchlight. When they arrived, the knights and Vikings secured the cave boy to a tree using thick rope, and after an hour or so fell asleep under the stars, most sleeping on top of their blankets. Soon the entire camp was silent, except for the occasional sound of snoring. Only Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie remained awake. "Let's go speak with him," Princess Elsie whispered to her brother. "What? No," Prince Christopher answered. Princess Elsie grimaced. "That cave boy is more our age. We have a better chance of getting information from him than these hairy, scary Vikings." Prince Christopher could not argue with that. "Okay, but only for a brief moment or two." The two of them stood and walked over to the cave boy. The cave boy thrashed around violently as they approached. "Stop it," Princess Elsie whispered loudly. "You'll wake everybody up." The cave boy stopped struggling against the ropes as if he understood what the girl had said, though he was still breathing hard. The prince and princess sat down calmly on either side of him. "What is your name?" Prince Christopher asked. The cave boy did not respond. "What is your name?" the prince asked a second time. Still nothing. He slowed his rapid breathing. "Let me try," Princess Elsie said. She spoke slowly. "What is your name?" "My name is Elsie, and this is my brother Dumbhead. What is your name?" The cave boy grunted what sounded like a laugh. "Dumbhead," he repeated with a grumbled chuckle. Prince Christopher looked across at his sister. "Ha ha, very funny," he said, and then turned back to the cave boy. "My name is Christopher. What is your name?" "Christopher? Elsie?" the cave boy pronounced slowly. "Yes, Christopher and Elsie." Princess Elsie cheered. "Who are you?" "Name, Og." "Og?" Prince Christopher questioned. "What kind of name is Og?" "That's not a name, that's just a sound, just a grunt." "I think it's a very nice name. I like it," Princess Elsie said, her nose in the air. "Now untie him." "What? I'm not going to untie him. Who knows what he'll do?" "The ropes are hurting his wrist. Untie him." "No." I was right about getting answers from him, and I'm right about this. Untie him. Prince Christopher did not like taking orders from his younger sister, but this time he relented and loosened the ropes. At once, the cave boy jumped up and ran into the protection of the trees. "See what you did?" Prince Christopher jeered. "Me? You're the one that untied him." "Come on," Prince Christopher said as patiently as possible. "Let's go get him back." "Hold on," Princess Elsie said, running back and picking up a large leather bag of her stuff and stopping to light another torch from the magic campfire. "Come on," she said, hoisting her bag onto her shoulder, dashing past the prince. The prince followed, and without thinking, the two followed the cave boy into the forest and disappeared into the night. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie made their way back to the cave, thinking that was where they would find the cave boy. And they were right. The cave boy was crouching cautiously in the corner. He had obviously never seen people that looked the way they did. "It's all right," Princess Elsie said comfortingly. "We're here to take you back. Come on." The cave boy did not move. Princess Elsie turned to her brother. "He's not obeying. What do we do now?" "Well, it's late and I'm going to get some sleep. We'll take him back to camp in the morning." At once the prince lay down on the cave boy's makeshift bed that had been formed out of various grasses. Princess Elsie took one last look at the cave boy. "You don't go anywhere," she ordered, and curled up next to her brother. The next morning, as the sun was beginning to rise, there was a faint scratching at the cave entrance. The cave boy, who had fallen asleep where he sat, woke with a start. Pawing its way into the cave was a male Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had somehow managed to climb the hill and get past the boulders. The cave boy quickly woke the prince and princess. Princess Elsie screamed. Prince Christopher quickly covered her mouth. The Tyrannosaur maneuvered his large head through the opening. Every scratch he made and every rock he moved echoed through the chamber as the monster inched closer. Prince Christopher noticed how the sound carried. He also noticed that the cave was wider in the front and narrower at the back. "Elsie, we need to get to the rear of the cave," he said, grabbing her arm and leading her as far back as they could go. The cave boy followed. The T-Rex forced most of his body into the interior of the cave and was thrashing around wildly, trying to get his wider midsection through the entrance. "What are we going to do?" Princess Elsie screamed in total panic. Prince Christopher's heart was pounding. "This cave is wider at the front than it is at the back, kind of like a horn. If we make enough noise, we will sound bigger and louder than we really are." Princess Elsie kept her eyes on the T-Rex. "That'll never work," she shouted. "Just grab a rock, bang on the walls, anything, just yell." Princess Elsie frantically grabbed the biggest rock that she could find and began pounding and screaming. Prince Christopher did the same, his deeper tones combining perfectly with his sister's higher pitch. The cave boy picked up his thick, heavy oak club and began hitting the T-Rex on the nose. It did very little. The T-Rex just threw his head back and forth harder and shook it off, snapping his powerful jaws. Next, the cave boy grabbed the torch of magic fire, but as if by some strange magical antidote, the T-Rex calmly extinguished it with a giant huff of air from his lungs, his breath reeking of rotten meat. The cave boy clasped his wooden club tighter in both fists and quickly retreated to the back of the cave, taking up Prince Christopher's plan of making noise by banging his club against the wall. The cave suddenly began to shake. The T-Rex bellowed a deafening roar that, with the sound of the kids' cries of terror, created a wall of sound that reverberated, magnified, and poured into the Tyrannosaur's face. Being at the smaller end of the cave, most of the sound echoed away from them and streamed into the T-Rex, ringing his tiny ears and shaking every bone in his skull. The T-Rex howled in pain and kicked his way back out of the cave. The cave continued to shake. "Look out!" Prince Christopher shouted as he covered his sister with his body. The cave roof gave way and collapsed. Dust, rock, and debris flew in every direction. All three held their breath. Soon, all subsided. All was dark. The cave boy moved first, pushing heavy rocks away from the prince. He was stronger than most his age. He pulled the prince from the debris and then did the same for the princess. Both coughed and choked, pulling themselves above the pile of rocks. "Need "Water?" the cave boy asked. "Yes," Prince Christopher responded weakly, checking on his sister. There was a small bit of light pouring into a tiny hole where the entrance once was located. The cave boy climbed up to investigate. He used his brute strength to move a couple of rocks to the side so that the opening was wide enough to stick his head out. He did so very cautiously, sniffing the air with his enhanced sense of smell for any sign of the T-Rex. He sensed nothing. Ever so slowly he continued to move forward, looking and listening. Nothing. But the Tyrannosaur would be back. The cave boy climbed back down, retrieved his wooden club and the princess's leather bag, and steadily helped the prince and princess up to the hole. He widened it further, but just enough for the three of them to climb out. When they surfaced, they were standing on top of the cave, taking in deep breaths of fresh air and looking out over the beautiful valley below. "Follow," the cave boy grunted. He led them down the other side of the rocky slope to a small river. He took a small sip of refreshing water and then stood and turned to keep a lookout. The prince knelt down and gulped the cool water heartily, washing away the rock dust from his throat. The princess examined the small amount of damage and dirt that now tarnished her white dress. "I'll have to change again," she said, pulling a neatly folded red dress from her leather bag. "No, you must drink first," the prince urged. She washed off her hands, cupped them, and took a long drink. She washed off her face and then disappeared into the bushes, returning moments later wearing an ankle-length red velvet dress and black belt. "We must not waste any more time," the prince stated. "We need to get back to camp." "First, we have to bury my white dress," the princess said sternly. "We don't have time for that," the prince answered. "It needs a proper burial. It was never alive. It was to me. Let me use your sword so that I may dig a grave." At that moment, the bushes behind them stirred. All three turned in unison. The trampling sound from behind was not the heavy footsteps of the T-Rex, but something smaller, possibly fiercer and more threatening. Prince Christopher withdrew his sword at the ready. Princess Elsie pulled a small dagger from her leather belt. The cave boy held his wooden club. With one swift movement, the cave boy grabbed the white dress, wadded it up, and tossed it into the bushes. Much to their surprise, out jumped a large pterodactyl, gripping the dress fiercely in its teeth and shredding the fabric wildly. The pterodactyl was a female and stood about 5 or 6 feet on its hind legs. She had hard, brown, slimy skin like a snake, and long claws on her front extended forearms that helped her shred the former garment to mere threads. After she found that there was no meal in the article of clothing to be had, she dropped it to look for more elsewhere. She glanced up and spotted the 3 helpless kids. She moved closer. The 3 kids backed away. In the blink of an eye, 4 more pterodactyls leapt from the surrounding plant life. The kids were completely surrounded on all sides. "Pods!" the cave boy exclaimed. "They called pods!" Princess Elsie almost began to cry. She clutched her leather bag so tight her knuckles began to turn white. The pod of pods reared back, ready to spring. 2 wooden spears suddenly came spiraling through the air from the right and immediately brought 2 of the pods to the ground. Another spear flew in and the 3rd pod dropped. 2 large cavemen appeared from their hiding place in the foliage and charged toward the 2 remaining pterodactyls. One pod nipped at the caveman's fur clothing and hung on tightly. Both the pod and the caveman went thrashing in circles and did a sort of dance of strength and willpower. "Run, Og, run!" one caveman shouted, coming to the aid of the second. The 3 kids ran. Prince Christopher turned back just in time to see the last 2 pterodactyls fall. The cavemen were standing over them like victorious warriors. The 3 continued to run over the river and through the trees until they came to a very tall pine tree that had been completely trimmed of branches on one side. Instead of limbs, notches had been carved into the trunk from the bottom to the top to form a type of ladder. The cave boy looked at the sun to judge what time of day it was. then licked his finger and held it to the air to test what direction the wind was blowing. "Good," he stated, and began to climb. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie were reluctant to follow, but they did so despite how unsafe the notches seemed to be. At the very top of the tree was a wooden platform that extended out about 4 or 5 feet. The cave boy helped the prince and princess up, and all three sat down cross-legged in a circle. The cave boy opened a pouch that hung around his waist and pulled out several pieces of hard, dried meat that took the appearance of beef jerky. "Eat," the cave boy said, "eat." The prince and princess each took a couple of pieces and gave them a sniff. "What kind of meat is this?" Prince Christopher asked. The cave boy tilted his head as if he didn't understand. "Eat," he said again. Princess Elsie took a bite and nodded to her brother. It's pretty good," she said. She turned to the cave boy. "What is it?" "Podokesaurus," the cave boy said with a chuckle, taking a bite of his own pawed jerky. Princess Elsie spit it out from instinctive reflex. Prince Christopher sniffed at it again a second time. "So," he said, "we're eating the thing that almost ate us." The cave boy laughed, nodded, and took another bite. Prince Christopher took a huge mouthful. It was good. It had a bitter, salty taste and was a bit stringy and chewy, but it was not that bad overall. Princess Elsie looked again at the small meal in her hand. It was pretty good, she thought. She took another bite and then finished the rest of it quickly. The cave boy continued to check the sun every second or so as if he were waiting for something. After several minutes, his anticipation was over as it finally arrived right on schedule. The ground began to shake. The trees to the east crumbled and swayed. The prince and princess turned and saw hundreds of large heads with long necks, thundering forward through the forest. Princess Elsie stepped back in fear. "What are they?" "Brontosaurus," the cave boy answered. "The great thunder lizards." The Brontosaurus herd trudged forward powerfully, stomping the ground. Among them were larger brachiosaurs that appeared very similar in shape, the only difference being that the Brontosaurus head and long neck arched straight up from its large body at an almost 90-degree angle, whereas the Brachiosaurus head and long neck protruded straight out horizontally from its large body. The Brachiosaurus also had longer legs in the front than in the back, so that its head could at times reach the higher leaves from tall trees. The herd eventually reached the platform under the pine tree, causing the stout tree to sway terribly. The cave boy at once leapt from the wooden platform, as if it were a diving board, and grabbed a hold of the nearest brontosaur's neck and slid down to its back. Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie stood and watched in amazement as the cave boy and brontosaurus disappeared, walking off into the west. "I am not doing that," the princess exclaimed. "Why not?" the prince responded. "It looks like fun." "I don't think so. They will more than likely buck us off." "I doubt that," Prince Christopher said. "They are so large they probably wouldn't even feel us riding them, much like a flea on the back of a horse." "I hope you are right." The prince and princess looked over the rest of the herd storming past. There were brontosaurs and brachiosaurs of all sizes and colors, some old, some young, some dark gray, some light gray, some dark brown, some light brown, some dark green, others, much younger and smaller, were a light green. An older, light gray brontosaurus female was nearing the tree. As she hobbled past, Prince Christopher grabbed his sister by both arms and threw her toward the back of the brontosaur's neck. "Jump!" he shouted. Princess Elsie screamed, and flailing both of her arms and legs, took hold of the neck and slid down to the brontosaur's back, just as the cave boy had done. The prince knew instantly that he would pay for that stunt later. He picked up his sister's leather bag that she had left on the platform and threw it to her. She caught it. He then jumped as well and just about missed. Landing on the back of the same older female brontosaur, he lost his footing, grabbed a hold of the spine with both hands, and slipped down the long tail. "Christopher!" Princess Elsie called out. The prince used the palm of his hands and the bottom of his boots for friction against the brontosaur's rough skin to slow his descent downward. The brontosaur could, in fact, feel them on her back after all, and quickly snapped and flicked her tail, giving the prince enough ample energy and force to scramble up along the back spine to reach his sister. She slapped him. Prince Christopher was embarrassed, but he deserved it. He looked ahead to the west, the direction the brontosaur herd was flocking, and watched the massive migration of the most beautiful animals he had ever witnessed. It was a grand sight. He rode in stunned silence. He could feel the muscle tone under the flesh striding back and forth as they moved along, calmly, steadily. "Look," Princess Elsie said, interrupting the prince's trance. Prince Christopher turned and looked to the sky. There were 5 or 6 dragons with riders flying to the west, the same direction as the brontosaurus herd. Most of the dragons were green and most likely carrying Vikings, and others were gold dragons. "They are looking for us," Princess Elsie said, delighted. The prince and princess waved frantically. They dared not yell for fear of spooking the brontosaurs, as well as the fact that the distance was simply too far for the dragon riders to hear anything, especially over the sound of the dragon's flapping wings. The brother and sister continued to wave in vain until the dragons flew out of sight. "They will find us, don't worry," the prince said, patting her on the shoulders. "We just need to find a better way for them to see us." Princess Elsie nodded in agreement. They rode on and on, mile after mile, until they were beginning to get a bit restless and saddle-sore. At last the herd arrived at a large lake, and many of the animals decided to take a drink and cool off with a swim. The rest of the brontosaur and brachiosaur herd began to feed and graze on the trees and tall grasses along the beach. The gray female brontosaur waded into the water, shifted her mighty weight back and forth as if she was stretching, and then continued on into the cool water until she was waist deep. The prince and princess nosed the cave boy across the lake swimming toward shore, and they decided to do the same. They jumped from the brontosaur's back just as she tipped herself over and submerged herself under the water with a mighty wave. The white water wave helped carry the prince and princess to land with very little swimming effort. They pulled themselves onto the sandy beach, almost crawling. Their legs were still aching and half asleep from the long ride. "Ah, my dress!" Princess Elsie yelled, wiping off the sand that had stuck to the wet fabric. "My dress is ruined!" "It's not ruined, it's just a little wet and dirty," the prince said. "It will dry." "And how do you suppose I will clean it way out here in the middle of nowhere?" Princess Elsie demanded. Before the prince could answer, the cave boy came running up and pointed to the sky. What they saw before them was quite a sight. Dragons. Hundreds of flying dragons. Some of the dragons had knights and Viking riders. Most did not. From the other direction flew more dragons that the brother and sister had never seen before. They were various shades of red, with small legs, long whiskers flowing from their snouts, and long snake-like bodies that twisted and swirled every which direction in the air. Prince Christopher recognized the new dragons from a painting he had once seen. "They are Asian dragons," he told his sister while pointing. Princess Elsie gasped. "No." Among and around the twirling red dragons was another odd sight. There were strange flying wooden boxes with red fabric wings, which were obviously held in the sky by witchcraft. One large Asian dragon followed one of the boxes, and with a puff of its fiery breath blew an orange flame that poured into a type of furnace, and at once the weird craft soared higher. "Magic flame," the prince uttered. "What?" the sister asked again. "Magic flame," he said again. "Those air devices are held airborne by the dragon's magic flame." Overhead, the 2 troops of dragons rapidly flew toward each other, preparing for battle, shearing through the clouds ever closer. The brontosaurus herd below began to panic, calling out with magnificent roars and a ruckus. They huddled close, and all at once turned on their feet and began to stampede. "They're coming this way!" Princess Elsie screamed. "Run! Run for the trees! Run!" Princess Christopher shouted. The three ran as fast as their legs would carry them, but they were no match for the massive herd that was rushing their way. The shaking ground almost bounced them along. The kids darted into the forest and grabbed a hold of the first tree with low-lying branches that they came to and frantically began to climb as high and as fast as they could. It was not a good answer to safety, but it was all they had. They stayed close to the center of the trunk of the trees as the brontosaurus and brachiosaurs galloped dangerously past with terrified cries, snapping limbs and branches with raw power and ease, twigs and leaves flying everywhere. Just as fast as it began, the storming brontosaurs were gone, leaving a trail of disaster in their wake. The tree that the kids had found safety in was now bent nearly to the ground. When the prince, princess, and the cave boy finally opened their eyes, they found that they were now merely inches from the forest floor. Princess Elsie fainted, releasing her grip from the tree with exhaustion, and fell to the ground. Prince Christopher jumped down and slowly began to revive her. When she awoke, she looked into her brother's eyes and asked, "My nice red dress is torn, isn't it?" Prince Christopher looked down and examined the gown and then back up again to his sister's sad face. "Yes, it's torn," he said, "but only a little bit." She passed out again. Minutes passed and Princess Elsie slowly awoke. She found herself lying quite comfortably in a large pile of soft green leaves that had fallen from the trees in the brontosaurus retreat. She slowly sat up, holding her head. Her brother and the cave boy were several feet away, looking up into the sky at the battle that was ensuing. The princess remained still, too sore to move, and watched horrified from her spot on the ground. The green dragons with Viking riders had the red Asian dragons terribly outnumbered. The gold dragons that had knights upon their backs, in their heavy suits of armor and swords drawn, were soaring in giant circles beneath and above the others, causing a great havoc and chaos, putting the red dragons and the unusual airships on the defensive. Other gold dragons with no riders at all swarmed up and down through the mass hysteria, biting and nipping every red dragon that crossed its path. On and on the useless battle went, the tormenting, the confusing, the flying, the diving, the stabbing, the fire-breathing, the useless battlement. On it continued hour after hour. At one point, the Asian army was on the offensive by severely wounding one green dragon and 2 gold. Then the battle turned, giving the knights the upper hand until, eventually, at long last, the truth had to be told. The truth was settled. Each were of equal strength. Both could battle no more. It was a draw. Both armies retreated victoriously, heads held high into the direction from which they had arrived, each secretly knowing, but too proud to admit, that they were the only two in the world that were one of a kind. They were now allies. Dragon for dragon! But, as the troops departed out of sight, the prince, princess, and the cave boy below noticed something both armies did not. There had been a fallen soldier. One of the small aircraft that had been left behind was spinning uncontrollably to the earth. A large red wiry dragon was desperately trying to stop its descent, but its legs were too small and its claws too slick that it could not grasp the outer casing. Within seconds the craft and dragon disappeared some distance away behind a cluster of large trees, leaving nothing behind but a dark trail of smoke. "Come on," Prince Christopher said. "Let's see if they're all right." The other two were in agreement and began to run quickly in the direction of the crash site. They plodded quickly through the trees, and when they arrived they found a huge burnt crater. In the center was a large, red, worm-like Asian dragon, curled up, mortally wounded. On top of its body was the strange flying machine. Prince Christopher, Princess Elsie, and the cave boy started down the still smoking sides of the crater toward the mysterious air flyer, leery of what wounded soldiers they might find, but they felt they must help. The cave boy was the first to reach the flyer. He stepped over the dragon and lifted the debris from the aircraft with his mighty strength and looked inside. He propped some of the wreckage up with his wooden club and slowly reached inside, pulling out a young boy that was around the age of 13. Carrying the boy over his shoulder, he grabbed his club, letting the remains of the flyer fall. He carried the boy over and laid him at the feet of the prince and princess. "Is he all right?" Princess Elsie asked. She reached into her leather bag and pulled out some liquid medicine and a small white cloth and began to dab it gently onto most of the scrapes that she could see. Prince Christopher looked him over. "Yeah, he's fine. He's just passed out." "I, too, would pass out from a fall like that," Princess Elsie said, putting the medicine away. "You passed out after falling a few inches from a tree," Prince Christopher thought, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. The young boy appeared foreign and exotic. He had darker skin and his eyes were almond-shaped. The boy began to twitch and very slowly woke. He was startled to see the three of them standing over him, but he was too sore and frightened to attack or run. "Stay still," Prince Christopher commanded. The boy sat up regardless. "9 soldiers! They left me to fall!" "We saw you fall," Princess Elsie said. "Your dragon saved your life. He slowed your fall and you landed on him." The Asian boy looked at the red dragon Princess Elsie was pointing to. It was not actually his dragon, but he had always wanted one, so he quickly claimed it. "Yes," he said, "he is the red dragon of happiness." "I like that name," the princess stated. After a brief introduction, they found out the boy's name was Kai, from the city of Xi'an, and the strange flying contraption with wings made of silk and leaves was called a Kiaito. Suddenly, the red dragon of happiness began to stir. Blowing a puff of smoke, he opened his eyes and slowly stood, knocking the damaged Kiaito off his scaly body. Kai approached and began to pet him. "You saved my life," he spoke with sincerity. "I must thank you 1,000 times." The red dragon of happiness almost seemed to smile and nod. Princess Elsie noticed it at once. The cave boy and the prince did not. She looked again, but this time she saw 2 red dragons side by side. Was her vision deceiving her? She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Now only 1 red dragon stood before her. Again she rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them, there were 2 dragons. Not wanting to blink, she walked straight forward to the new dragon. It ducked behind the first and seemingly disappeared. Then a strange knocking, rattling sound suddenly filled the air, echoing through the crater so its origin could not be pinpointed. "What was that sound?" Prince Christopher asked. "I think it's the second dragon," Princess Elsie replied. "What second dragon?" "Over there, 2 dragons. Did you see them?" "I didn't see anything." A loud, deep, booming voice sounded from behind them. It was so deep in pitch that it rattled their very backbones. "The girl is correct," it said. The 4 kids turned at once and saw a large, reddish copper dragon leering over them, his yellow eyes glaring under 2 large rustic horns. "I am the mighty copper dragon, Guffaw," he said. "I am most honored to make your acquaintance, your lordship." "You can speak?" Prince Christopher said. "You can talk?" Princess Elsie said at the same moment. "I most certainly can." "Do not trust him," another deep voice said from behind. The 4 kids turned again and found that this time the voice came from the red Asian dragon. The red dragon of happiness stood as tall as he could. "Do not trust him," he said. "Copper dragons are well known for their cunning, unmischievous tricks." The copper dragon innocently held a paw to his chest. "Surely you jest." "I do not jest. I do not joke," the red dragon responded harshly. "Are the 2 of you about to fight?" Princess Elsie asked. "Because if you are, then we need to leave." The copper dragon Guffaw walked around the group on all 4 legs, his wings tucked neatly to his side, his copper scales shimmering in the sunlight. He put his large paw around the red dragon of happiness as if they were old friends. "All dragons are comrades. I am a western dragon, and he is an eastern dragon, but regardless, we are all allies to the end." But I thought the eastern and western dragons were at war, Prince Christopher asked, perplexed. Our kingdom and the Viking soldiers received a parchment that read the Oriental army wanted to steal our gold and jewels. Kai flinched. Our imperial army also received a parchment about Vikings wanting to take our gold. The knocking noise started again. It was the copper dragon's laughter. I sent those parchments. Prince Christopher was suddenly angry. You? Why? Guffaw stopped laughing. In the east and in the west, dragons have had to live with and, on occasion, serve man. We wanted to enjoy freedom. However, in order to do so, we have to rid the world of dinosaurs. This land that you are standing on is not the Orient, ruled by the imperial dynasty, nor is it the old country of Scotland, ruled by knights and dragon slayers. This continent is known as the Americas, ruled by dinosaurs, and will soon be ruled by dragons. America? Prince Christopher uttered, looking down questionably at the ground and kicking some dirt from the crater around the tip of his boot. Yes, Guffaw continued. In the time of my father, there are 2 continents to the Americas, North America and South America. The dinosaurs ruled the southern continent, and the dragons ruled the north. But like a thief in the night, the dinosaurs, along with the help of the woodland fairies and night pixies, invaded North America and caused the dragons to flee. But we shall be avenged. At this very moment, as we speak, my colleagues, the white frost dragons, are currently in the Arctic preparing, well, shall we call it a surprise? I told you couldn't trust him, the red dragon of happiness said. I'm here to bring joy, and he's here to bring treachery. But as dragons, you're still friends, Prince Christopher asked. The Asian dragon nodded. Undoubtedly so. All dragons are friends, some more underhanded than others, but friends just the same. So that battle in the sky we witnessed was staged? Princess Elsie asked. The Asian dragon nodded again. We are saving our energy for battle with the dinosaurs. Guffaw couldn't control his laughter. You see, young squire, he addressed the prince. As dragons, we possess the ability to destroy all dinosaurs. Before he could finish, 15 giant triceratops, ranging in color from gray to brown, rushed from the underbrush, poured into the crater, and plowed directly into the copper dragon. The dragon roared and fought back ferociously, swinging his claws, horns, and biting with his sharp teeth, but he was fiercely outnumbered. The triceratops whisked the struggling copper dragon away, up, over the other side of the crater, and back into the forest. Each triceratops took turns stabbing at the dragon with the 2 long horns on its foreheads, and the short horn at the end of their nose, and deflected any of the dragon's counterattacks with a large, flat, bony shield that they had on the back of their heads above their necks. The 4 kids climbed to the edge of the crater to watch the battle, but all they could see were the trees being rustled and shaken by the carnage. A moment later, the powerful copper dragon flew up from the foliage to escape his destiny. He flew crooked, wounded, but still hovered low enough to taunt the 15 trikes that stood angrily below. As the copper dragon was preoccupied with the teasing and mockery, up from behind extended 2 large, powerful brontosaurus heads and necks that rose up and brutally bit down on each of the dragon's wings, their flat teeth grinding into the flesh, and quickly brought down the dragon, screaming, back into the dense trees. There was a terrible activity and flurry, and then all was still. The copper dragon rose no more. The cave boy's jaw dropped. Triceratops, Brontosaurus, not her dragon. They eat plants, not her dragon. But each knew the truth. The copper dragon was gone. It doesn't matter what they eat, Prince Christopher said. When they are defending their land, they will kill anything. And with that, the great dragon-dinosaur war had begun. The red dragon of happiness reeled in thought. We must get you children to safety. "I cannot transport you because my body is too liquid," he said, adjusting his tentacle whiskers. "But I know who can." He raised his head upward to let a silent call, but nothing could be heard. The cave boy covered his ears and fell to his knees, hearing the silent siren because of his superior hearing. "Too loud!" he shouted. The prince, princess, and Kai stood in the quiet of the surrounding forest, hearing nothing at all but the wind. The Asian dragon halted his calling and impatiently began walking in a giant circle around the crater, anxiously awaiting the arrival of something. By the time the cave boy recovered and returned to his feet, a beautiful female silver dragon flew down from above. Her scales shimmered like a waterfall. Her smooth wingspan reached 150 feet across, and after she had landed, she stood 22 feet tall, stern and proud. She had a small, silver fin-like mane that extended from her forehead to the back of her head and down her long, graceful neck, ending at her back. On either side of her head she had two sharp horns angled back that were as silver as her well-shaped head and faded to black at the very pointed tips. The red dragon of happiness introduced her as Bashra. "She will carry you to safety. I will follow," he said. He turned and discussed in dragon tongue where the best location would be to take them. The four kids could only guess at what was being said. "Clax de Thuelti Varkos Sedo Lex Edar." When their destination had been decided, Bashra turned and with her beautiful, harmonious voice said, "Come, children." She lowered her body. Walking partially up the slope of the crater, all four kids climbed on. Princess Elsie sat in the front, holding onto her leather bag, and at the same time trying to hold on to the dragon's small fin-like mane located on the back of her neck. Prince Christopher climbed on behind his sister with his arms around her waist, followed by Kai, then the cave boy, all in a row. Bashra stood. The kids held on as tightly as they could with their legs. The enormous wings began to flap steadily, pushing wind through their hair. As they looked below, the ground fell away, down, 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 as they went higher and higher. Soon they were flying over the treetops. This was not the first time Kai had flown, but the others had terrible knots in their stomachs. They continued to rise faster and faster. The wind, no longer coming from the direction of the wings, was now whipping into them from straight ahead as they increased speed and surged forward. Bashra's long neck moved up and down, gaining momentum, almost causing a rougher ride than the back of a brontosaurus. The trees were now disappearing further below, and within minutes they were flying into the clouds. The thin air was cool and soothing, causing most of their fears to melt away. It was a fun ride that they did not ever want to end. The red dragon of happiness flew along behind, swirling in and out of the clouds, watching and guarding against any possible attacks. The silver dragon flew onward for 90 minutes and then descended below the clouds. The trees were gone. The landscape was desolate and bare. Dunes of sand were all that could be seen for miles. Bashra tried to land as smoothly as possible so that no one would be knocked off, but the added weight and the increased speed caused her to falter her landing into a sideways twist, and all four young riders toppled off unhurt into the soft sand. The four kids thought it was the most fun they'd ever had, but should they pretend to be upset about the landing? Absolutely not. They stood up, a bit wobble-legged at first, brushed themselves off, regained their footing, and commenced telling each other about what their favorite part of the flight had been. They spent the remainder of the day playing on the sand dunes, running up and then tumbling and rolling down. Even though the temperature was high, it was extremely hot. They did not mind the heat in the least. Their minds were on other things. The red dragon of happiness left for 2 hours and then returned with water and all manner of food on which they feasted, having a grand picnic. Princess Elsie even brought fine silverware out of her leather bag. Afterward, as they were sitting back and relaxing, contemplating on all they had seen and done, Prince Christopher climbed the sand dune one last time and noticed something rather strange. Some miles away in the distance were what appeared to be shadows moving across the horizon. He stared long and hard, but could not make out the shapes. A very bad feeling crept over him. Can everyone come see this? Hurry! Prince Christopher called out. Nobody wanted to move. You need to see this, the prince kept saying. The kids and the two dragons reluctantly stood and slowly made their way to the top of the dune. What do you want? Princess Elsie asked begrudgingly. Look, over there across the vast expanse of sand, Prince Christopher said, pointing out what he had seen. What is it? Kai asked. Bashra and the Asian dragon knew instantly what they were looking at. Quickly, children, Bashra said. Bury yourselves in the sand. Quickly, bury yourselves. Each did so hurriedly. Bashra had the most difficulty covering her large body with sand and needed help from Kai and the cave boy. The Asian dragon was quickly hidden below with just a few flicks from his tail and very flexible maneuvering and digging abilities. The sand beneath the surface was cool to the touch, and everyone was relaxed and comfortable. Soon, all were concealed with just their faces exposed so they could see what was about to occur. From the far dunes marched 300 large ankylosaurs in a long line that stretched for half a mile. They strode down the last sand dune they came to and advanced in unison across the flat desert floor as if preparing for war. Each massive ankylosaur was well armed by Mother Nature at birth, with a large armored shell on its back, which was made up of separate bony squares which were fused together in an arc, forming a curved shield that covered the entire top and back area. Along their sides, each ankylosaur had several long spikes pointing out and slightly down. They walked on all four legs, which were protected with thick, leathery skin. The top of their heads sported two short, thick, bony horns that pointed upward, and two others, about the same size, protruding from behind their cheeks and in front of their necks. Toward the front of their stubby snout was also a bone-covered beak instead of lips, for added protection. At the end of their semi-long tails was a deadly, bony, circular club as big around as two human skulls that had, in the past, caused much damage to many a T-Rex. Though the ankylosaurs were herbivores and ate plants, it did not mean they were above killing to defend themselves and protect their territory. 15 minutes after the ankylosaurs made their way onto the flat desert surface, 250 dragons of all shapes and sizes flew over the location where the kids were obscured by the sand. They flew low, almost blowing the cover off Bashra, and soared onward, landing in lines of their own and facing the oncoming ankylosaurs. There was no need for the dragons to fly in battle, as their heads were obviously filled with preconceived notions that this would be an easy war. The look of smugness could almost be read on their faces. All of the dragons were metallic in color, meaning they consisted entirely of the western bronze dragons with sweeping horns, brass dragons with triangular wings, copper dragons with 80-foot V-shaped wings, silver dragons with deadly horns and smooth wings, and gold dragons with many horns and body-length wings, all of whom were from the old country of Scotland. Bashra noticed this immediately and dug herself deeper into the sand, not wanting to get involved in the bloodshed. She still had 4 children she swore to protect. Somewhere in the distance, a dragon trumpeted a loud, single battle cry from within its throat, and the dragons charged. In unison, the ankylosaurs picked up speed and waddled forward, their heavy feet compacting and kicking up the sand with each stride. Each and every individual animal in its ranks sounded his or her own war cry that sounded like a series of deep, resonating pipes of defensive anger. Honk! 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 At the sound of the ankylosaurs, the dragons increased speed. Still not seeing the need for flight, they charged directly into the dinosaurs, tumbling into the ankylosaurs' hard armor. The ankylosaurs, never slowing, stormed onward, plowing into one dragon after the next with a loud thud as the dragons had their muscular legs knocked out from underneath them, many falling below the dinosaurs and getting trampled, while others were smashing into their protective covering and recoiling dreadfully into other ankylosaurs. One ankylosaur after the next, with head low and brow furrowed, still ever marching with no reduction in speed, swung the large clubs at the end of their stiff tails deep and hard into the thick outer scales of the wincing dragons, sending them into a daze and wounded fury. The dragons, quickly realizing that this was a different type of war than they had anticipated, spread their massive wings and took to the air, hovering 10 feet above or less. They drew in powerful lungs full of air and breathed out different types and colors of fire that only reflected off the thick shells, leaving only the smallest scorch marks and singes on the tips of the horns. The ankylosaurs began to circle and practice formation. The metallic dragons soared down, grabbing hold of any part of the shells or side spikes they could grasp securely with their 4 claws. Some even trying to grab the terrible swinging club tails in a meager attempt to lift the dinos into the air so they could drop them from great heights. The ankylosaurs counteracted by rolling themselves into round balls like roly-poly potato bugs, and by rotating and spinning at great velocity, slipped their rugged forms out of the dragon's deadly clutches and dropping with a poof into the cushioning sand. And so it went, the great battle raging on until the dragons decided that the ankylosaurs could not be beaten without a change in strategy. With that conclusion, their frustrations grew angrier and fiercer. Their cocky egos of greatness were almost their undoing. One brass dragon began swinging his large tail without 1 ounce of good judgment in an attempt to use it as a weapon, much like the dinosaurs. But it was quickly seized by the bony beak of the ankylosaur that he was currently trying to turn over onto its back. The dragon squealed in pain, slipped in the sand, and was sternly clubbed in the side of the head by another passing ankylosaur. Clouds of sand and dust began to fill the air, squelching the dragon's flames almost before they could use it. This caused the enemy to be evenly matched. Every dragon and dino tore into the other as vicious and violently as possible, each meeting with great resistance and resilience, neither side willing to back down. Dinosaur against dragon, a virtual stalemate. Then came a possible turn in the tide as about 50 stegosaurus arrived from the other direction, straight ahead of where the kids were watching. They moved forward, walking on all 4 large legs, the front legs slightly shorter than the ones in the rear, which gave their backs a very high arch. For armor, they had large, bony, diamond-shaped plates that were aligned in 2 rows vertically along their backs from the base of their heads up along their spines and down to their tails. At the end of each tail were 5 or 6 bony spikes that, like the ankylosaur's clubs, could be swung like a sword with deadly pinpoint accuracy. The dinosaurs now outnumbered the dragons by 100. This did not deter the dragons, however. 40 dragons confidently left the ankylosaurs behind and swept toward the stegosaurs. The stegosaurs turned with a snap and drove their terrible pointed spikes into the dragon's scales, using the dragon's own flying momentum against them. With a loud crash, 10 of the smaller gold and brass dragons fell dead. The remaining 30 dragons circled high into the air and attacked from the sides. But still the stegosaurs' agility was greater, and with more powerful swipes from their sinister tails, another 29 silver and copper dragons dropped to the ground dead or mortally wounded. The stegosaurs continued to march forward, joining the ranks of the ankylosaurs, and with a combination of swinging clubs and tail spikes, the number of dragons were rapidly reduced to a final number of 25. The remaining bronze, gold, and silver dragons flew and hovered just out of reach of the desperate ankylosaurs and stegosaurs. Then a most peculiar sight met the kids' eyes as they watched. The forces of dinosaur meat-eaters and plant-eaters combined. Out of nowhere, velociraptors rushed across the sand, leapt straight up into the air from the ankylosaurs' armored backs, and, in greatly numbered hunting packs, grabbed onto the dragons with claws and razor-sharp teeth, viciously tearing at the scales. In a flash of speed and strength, they single-handedly brought the mighty dragons falling to the ground, abruptly ending the skirmish. Then, as quickly as they arrived, the raptors fled. The ankylosaurs and stegosaurs began to migrate in a mass cluster to the east. Each and every animal was wounded to some degree, and many were licking their wounds or hobbling along on fractured legs. After the battlefield had cleared, the children could see that over 100 ankylosaurs had lost their lives. It had been a defensive battle, and at first sight it was thought that the ankylosaurs lying quietly in the sand were just playing dead to fool the dragons. But on closer examination, it was not to be. However, despite the great loss, the dinosaurs had won the battle. Bashra was deeply troubled by the loss of her comrades' silver dragons. Many she had known personally since she was very young. The group of teens and the two dragons sadly watched the last of the ankylosaurs and stegosaurs march over the last sand dune in the distance and disappear out of sight. Not one person moved. Everyone lay still, motionless under their cover of sand, stunned at the outcome of the battle they had just witnessed. Then Prince Christopher saw him. A man in a gray robe and hood. It was the very same man that he had seen trying to hide his identity on the Viking ship. The man was running to every wounded dinosaur and dragon that could not stand on its own, and he was healing them. He was healing them with magic. Before the prince could think any more about it, the ground began to shake. The vibrations began to remove the sand from their bodies. All four kids sat upright and looked behind them to the base of the sand dune. There, a large male Tyrannosaurus rex, standing 39 feet long from nose to tail, was being attacked from above by a 10-foot-tall male green dragon. This dragon was different from most green dragons because he had a golden yellow chest of shiny scales that reflected the sunlight into the sparkling rays that flickered upon the desert floor. The green dragon landed on the back of the T-Rex with a flying pounce, grabbing and biting at its neck. The T-Rex bellowed and spun around, throwing the dragon into the sand. The T-Rex lurched into the dragon, mimicking his grabbing and biting of the neck. The two beasts tousled back and forth, moving up the sand dune the kids were perched atop. The dragon and T-Rex slipped down and then came back up again, each time coming higher and closer to the four terrified kids. The dragon burst forth horrific orange-pink flame, scorching the T-Rex chest. Thoroughly enraged, the T-Rex did not feel a thing and only fought back that much harder. "On my back!" Bashra yelled. Princess Elsie grabbed her leather bag and followed the others up, using the slope of the sand dune to climb to the base of her neck. The children quickly sat in the same position as before, Princess Elsie in the front, then Prince Christopher, Kai, and last, the cave boy. Bashra swerved into the air, barely missing the battling duo as they toppled up and over the sand dune to the bottom of the other side. "I think they're dead," Kai pointed out. The other three turned, and sure enough, the T-Rex and the green dragon lay 5 feet apart, face down, lifeless in the depth of the gritty sand. Bashra soared higher into the air, her body moving up and down in waves as she gained altitude. They quickly found themselves back in the clouds for another 60-minute flight. When they descended, they found themselves flying over a much thicker group of trees than were in the forest they had left earlier that day. The red dragon of happiness circled far below Bashra, searching for a safe landing site, and within seconds pointed one out. Bashra flew down and maneuvered her large body between the leaves of the connecting branches. The land below was wet and marshy, with soft, rotting wood everywhere, filling the humid air with its stench. The only sunlight shone dimly down through the treetops above, concealing the sight of a million insects, small frogs, and many, many other mysterious creatures that were all chirping a deafening, eerie song. "A swamp," the cave boy uttered. "I hate swamps," Princess Elsie stated. Bashra set the kids down on the firmest piece of ground that she could find. The Asian dragon landed in the slimy green water next to them and seemed to be right at home, splashing his ankles around in the cool goop. Prince Christopher listened to the chirping of insects with interest. "Where do you suppose we are?" he asked. "We are safe," Bashra answered. But she spoke too soon. From both directions marched more armies. To the left was the Asian Imperial Army riding on the back of Parasaurolophus dinosaurs. The parasaurs were the largest of the duck-billed dinosaurs, stretching 33 feet long from nose to tail, and could walk either upright or on all four legs. They had a large, blunt crest horn that laid straight back from their foreheads in a gentle curve. The horn was an extension of their nasal cavity, and when air was blown up into it, a very loud, deep, trombone-like honk would escape from their mouth. To the right were knights riding on the backs of the mighty blue dragons. The dragons stood 16 feet tall and walked on all four legs. They had one large horn on their foreheads with 2 points, one smaller than the first, and 2 funny, frilly ears on each side of their head. The rich blue color of the dragon seemed to brighten the dismal feeling of the gloomy swamp. The knights wore suits of ironclad armor and jousting helmets. The Imperial Asian Army wore light metal chest plates and open-faced metal helmets that were far more stylish than the knights' headwear and, for appearance, flared out more at the sides. A few other knights in the rear of the dragon herd wore suits of chainmail. Each side had large metal shields in one hand and long, sharp jousting poles called a lance in the other, including the Asian Army, which was odd considering their lances were somewhat crude and homemade, as if they had been carved very quickly from the surrounding trees. Prince Christopher had seen jousting in the old country of Scotland, but did not think it originated in the Orient. "Where did they get those jousting poles?" the prince asked Kai. "Where did their lances come from?" "I do not know. I have never seen them before," Kai answered. "The Imperial Army must have been challenged to this fight and made them. If the Imperial Army had made the lances in a hurry, their craftsmanship was still stunning considering the circumstances." Without hesitating, the knights and blue dragons ran forward, splashing through the mud and murky water. "Charge!" one knight yelled. The Imperial Army, in unison and perfect tone, advanced their parasaurs forward, lowering their lances toward the dragons. The two armies collided into each other with deadly force. The clanging and searing of metal, the stomping of the beasts, and the screams of the fallen filled the air and seemed to silence the natural sounds of the swamp. 3 parasaurs, 2 dragons, 3 Imperial officers, and 2 knights lay dead. The two armies rode on, the knights now to the left, the Imperial army now to the right. They turned around and prepared for another clash. "Children, up into the trees!" Bashra commanded. She lifted one after the next into the hidden safety of a large nearby oak tree. The red dragon of happiness had already hidden himself in the branches and leaves the minute the two armies had arrived. "Where will you hide?" Princess Elsie called to Bashra. I will leave and come back for you," Bashra answered. Then she rapidly flew up and away. The two armies charged into each other a second time. The outcome was more devastating. 5 parasaurs and soldiers lay dead, and 3 blue dragons and knights lay face down, lifeless in the muddy water. Again the two armies stopped, turned, raised their lances, and charged. This time the blue dragons did not stomp their large feet in the moss and water, but instead spread their wings and flew, floating just 2 feet above the sludge. This they did again and again, each time trading sides, but still charging and fighting until not one parasaur, blue dragon, or rider had survived. All lay in ruin. After some time, the 4 kids and the Asian dragon cautiously climbed down from the tree. They felt as if they needed to leave the area as quickly as possible, as the creepy noises of the swamp seemed to have returned and were closing in. With the Asian dragon leading the way, they walked shin-deep in water, their feet slowly sinking into the thick mud with every step they took. Princess Elsie held her red skirt up to her knees to keep it from getting wet, but eventually gave up and just let it fall back to her ankles and drag in the water. She focused more on keeping her leather bag secure around her shoulders. They stayed together as a group, walking through the mist and trees bathed in green shadow, until Kai stopped and looked back. They hadn't gone far, though trudging through the thick mire they felt as if they had. The battlefield could still be seen between a couple of trees. Princess Elsie noticed Kai and also stopped. "What is it? What do you see?" "I saw a man in a gray robe that—" Prince Christopher gasped. "I've seen that man twice," he shouted, pulling his sword from his scabbard and running back to the battlefield. "I have to find out who he is." "Christopher, wait!" Princess Elsie shouted. But Prince Christopher did not respond. He kept running with a not-too-silent splash with each leap as he dodged between the trees. He crawled up onto the side of a dead blue dragon, hesitated, then jumped down the other side, surprising the strange man in the gray robe by holding his sword to his throat. The man yelled, startled with fright. He fell to his knees in the swampy water. "Who are you?" Prince Christopher demanded. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Princess Elsie, Kai, the cave boy, and the Asian dragon came running up just at that moment. The strange man looked to them and begged for help with his eyes. He was an old man with a white beard and the wrinkles of time and wisdom. "Let him go," Prince Elsie said. "He has no weapon. Let him go." The man's elderly voice beckoned the same. "Yes, young sire, I beg of you. Prince Christopher, let me go." The prince released the man and took 2 steps back, but kept his sword drawn. "You know me, then?" he said. "You know my name?" The man remained on his knees. "Yes, sire, you are the young Prince Christopher, the future king, and that is your younger sister, Princess Elsinore." "Princess Elsie," she corrected him. The man continued. "I am but a humble servant in your kingdom." "What is your name, sir?" Prince Christopher asked sternly. "And what are you doing here?" "My name, your majesty, is Coldrick, and I am only here to help the wounded." Princess Elsie thought for a moment. That name sounded familiar. "Are you Coldrick the sorcerer?" "Yes, your highness. That is the name I was given." Prince Christopher pointed his sword at Coldrick again. "A sorcerer? You are not bringing the dead back to life. That would be the work of demons." "Oh, no, your majesty. I cannot bring the dead to life. I am not that type of sorcerer. I am only here to heal those that are wounded." "And do you do this with magic?" "Yes, sire." Suddenly 2 male voices broke through the air. "Prince Christopher! Princess Elsinore!" they shouted. The 4 kids and the dragon turned to see the 2 knights running and splashing in their direction. When they turned back, Coldrick the sorcerer had vanished. Only a few rings of water where he kneeled rippled away. Prince Christopher returned his sword to his scabbard as the 2 knights approached. They eyed the Asian dragon suspiciously, but were informed by the kids that he was of no threat, followed by Princess Elsie proclaiming the true pronunciation of her name. The prince had seen the knights briefly before, but could not recall their names, so he kindly asked for a new introduction. The knights bowed. "My name, sire, is Sir Ermerod," said the first. "And my name, your majesty, is Sir Ethelred," replied the second. Yes, now Prince Christopher remembered. They were fairly new to the order of knighthood, knighted by the king not 1 month ago. "We are so glad we have found you," Sir Ermerod said. "Is father with you?" Princess Elsie asked. "I fear not," answered Sir Ethelred, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Kai tried to hide himself behind the cave boy as quietly as possible. "The king figured that you went after the cave boy," Sir Ermerod stated. "The cave boy's name is Og," Princess Elsie interrupted, but the knights did not seem to care. "Come," said Sir Ethelred. "We have transports waiting about half a mile from here." As the kids followed, Prince Christopher asked, "How did you find his way out here?" "We were sent to see if reinforcements were necessary," Sir Ormerod responded, "but we can see that we are far too late." The small group walked on through the swamp in a silent remembrance of those that had been lost. They reached a small clearing, and there, standing before them, were two large, proud, blue dragons, each with a harness fastened around its snout like a steed, and each with a leather saddle large enough to hold 4 people. One was a male that stood 16 feet tall, and the second was a female at 15 feet. They had the same dark blue horn as the other dragons that had done battle, and they even had the same strange blue frilly ears. As the 4 kids climbed on, the red dragon of happiness announced that he would not be joining them. "Why not?" Princess Elsie asked sadly. "I must find Bashra. I am not leaving. I will see you again." They said their brief goodbyes, waved, and watched him fly out of sight. Even though each leather dragon saddle could hold 4 people, the 2 blue dragons only carried 3. Sir Ormerod, the prince and princess on one, Sir Ethelred, Kai, and the cave boy on the other. The flight on the backs of the blue dragons was a lot smoother than the back of Bashra, the silver dragon. The blue dragons flew straight and steady. There was no waving, bouncing, or turbulence of any kind. This made the flight time much shorter. They left the swamp far behind and flew to the mountainous region of Thuron. The Thuron mountain range ran north and south for hundreds of miles. They consisted mostly of rock and had very little vegetation or plant life. The rock itself varied in color and texture, from light brown to dark brown. They landed swiftly on the peak of one of the highest ridges. "Welcome to the Thuron Mountains," Sir Ormerod said. "Is this where Father is?" Princess Elsie asked, climbing off the blue dragon with one hand and holding her leather bag with the other. "No," Sir Ormerod answered. All climbed off the dragons. Sir Ormerod hesitated nervously. "Dear child, that is what I wanted to discuss with you." "What?" Well, there is no easy way to tell you this. Your father is dead." Princess Elsie screamed, "No!" Prince Christopher almost buckled at the knees. "How?" "The king was killed in battle by an Allosaurus." "What is an Allosaurus?" Princess Elsie sobbed. "It's like a T-Rex, but bigger," the cave boy answered. Princess Elsie turned and ran along the dangerous cliffs. All manner of sadness, anger, and fear coursed through her entire body. "No, it isn't true! It's a lie!" "We will make camp here for the night," Sir Ormerod stated. "I will get a fire started so that we may cook dinner," Sir Ethelred said sheepishly. By following the sound of her wailing, Prince Christopher found his helpless sister sitting on a mountain outcropping some distance away. He approached solemnly and wiped away his own tears. "Are you okay?" Prince Christopher asked, choking on his words. "No, it's a lie! This can't be happening!" Prince Christopher sat silently. He knew nothing more to do than put his arm around her. "He's gone, Christopher. Just like that, Father is gone." "I know, Elsie." Prince Christopher angrily threw a rock with his other hand. "He is gone." He took a slow, deep breath to calm himself. "But we need you. You are a strong girl." "But this I cannot do." "You have to. I have to. Father wants you to. He's looking out for you from above." "You think so?" "I know it." Princess Elsie pulled a handkerchief from her leather bag and blew her nose. Prince Christopher stood. "Now let's get you something to eat. You'll feel better." Prince Christopher and Princess Elsie approached the new campsite and with somber gloom sat down. 3 rabbits were on a spindle above a burn pit. Sir Ethelred had gathered a few twigs that he had managed to find and commenced pounding 2 rocks together to get a spark. "Why don't you use the flame from the dragon?" Kai shyly asked. The knights laughed. Blue dragons don't have flame, Sir Ormerod said. They spew blue electrical bolts, the kind you see in the sky during a thunderstorm. Electricity? Princess Elsie said, clutching her handkerchief for extra security. If you have the dragons zap the food with their electrical bolts, it will still cook the food. Well, it's worth a try, Sir Ethelred replied. The harness was taken off the female blue dragon, and with a deep puff, a roar, and a flash of blue light, the rabbits were cooked instantly, 5 to 10 times faster than they would have cooked with a regular fire. Amazing, Sir Ormerod declared. How did you know that electricity would cook the meat? We had a thunderstorm in our kingdom, Princess Elsie answered, and the lightning fried some of the wild deer. I remember that, Prince Christopher added. It also caught some of the trees on fire, even though it had rained and they were still wet. Let's give it a try, Sir Ethelred said. He had the female blue dragon blow electricity onto the kindling. It did not work. Try burning this, Princess Elsie said, pulling a blue scarf from her leather bag. I believe the blue dye is flammable. Sir Ethelred put the scarf among the kindling and had the dragon blow again. Instantly they had a light blue flame lit that would keep them warm and safe throughout the night. The somber group contentedly ate their rabbit, told a few stories about the king around the campfire, and late into the night fell asleep one by one. The next morning when they awoke, they had the male dragon cook them some eagle eggs for breakfast. Sometime later, when they were just beginning to pack everything up in preparation for the next flight, they suddenly heard a low rumble, a frightening growl from behind the rocks 12 feet away. Prince Christopher pulled his sword from his scabbard just as an enormous cat pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. The cat was as large as a horse and 3 times as muscular. It was a female and had short brown fur and 2 enormous fang-like teeth protruding from her large mouth. A saber-toothed tiger, the cave boy managed to yell in terrified shock. Prince Christopher tried to swing his sword upward and stab the beast, but could not get the momentum because the cat's large claws were in the way. The cave boy leapt onto the tiger's back and belted it directly on the nose with his large wooden club. The large cat stepped away from the prince with a scuff of anger and bristled her fur, sending the cave boy tumbling to the ground. The cave boy ran. The saber-toothed tiger gave chase like a house cat chasing a mouse. The cave boy could leap high from rock to rock, but the tiger was right on his heels. The large cat dripped saliva, her 2 huge teeth longing to sink into flesh. The cave boy sprang here and there, acting as if he knew the terrain very well. The saber-toothed tiger kept pace. The cave boy dashed down the mountain, using both hands and feet to maneuver. The saber-toothed tiger slid down the long slope, using gravity to close the gap. At the base of the mountain, the cave boy ran, intending to run all the way around the mountain to wear the tiger out if he had to. The saber-toothed tiger stopped, correctly guessing that she would never catch the cave boy. Why chase when she knew perfectly well that there was an easier meal to be had back at the top of the mountain? She began to climb. The cave boy yelled, trying to distract her. It was no use. The saber-toothed tiger climbed slowly and stealthily back to the top. Prince Christopher had watched everything. When the large cat appeared over the last ridge, he rushed forward yelling. He swung his sword wildly, but only managed to hit and chip one of the large teeth. The saber-toothed tiger roared an angry growl. Fear surged through the young prince, but he forced himself to take several more stabs and swipes at the large feline. As he was just about to get nowhere, the 2 knights, Sir Ethelred and Ormerod, crept up on either side of the cat and thrust their swords forward. The large cat howled in pain and swiped her enormous paws, knocking both Sir Ethelred and the prince to the ground. Sir Ormerod forced another stab, and the cat began to stagger. From behind the cat, the large male blue dragon purged a blast of blue electricity from his lungs that temporarily dazed and stunned the cat so that she could not even feel her own senses, and with a mighty slap of his own paw, he hurled the cat over the edge of the cliff to the rocky floor below. After checking that nobody was seriously injured, the knights quickly loaded up the last of their camping gear onto the backs of the blue dragons and were quite anxious to leave. They secured the saddles and harnesses, climbed aboard, and had just taken to the sky when several shadows fell over them from above. Everybody, including the two blue dragons, looked up. Soaring menacingly through the thin, cool mountain air were a large flock of pterodactyls. The flock numbered 25. They had long beaks and a wingspan of 36 feet. Each wing was made up of a very large finger and a very strong flap of skin that was attached to the side of the body. The pterodactyls circled high above as if they hadn't had breakfast yet and were about to fix that dilemma. As a group, they circled lower and lower. Then, all at once, they descended one after the next in a long row, cutting swiftly downward through the air like spears in the sky, their intense hunger causing them to increase their speed. The blue dragons began to swerve and dive in defensive form to avoid the terrible flock of pterodactyls. They did not dare spin for fear of losing their passengers. The pterodactyls encircled the dragons like a swarm of angry bees, nipping and biting. The dragons stayed elusive in agile flight, but they couldn't hold them off for long. Sir Ormerod drew his sword and knocked two pterodactyls' beaks away from the male dragon's unprotected front legs. Prince Christopher guarded the rear of the animal with his sword, and by slashing out and down, cut two wings and dented one beak, all from 3 different pterodactyls, but others were flying in fast. Princess Elsie used the dagger from her leather bag and managed to keep 2 of the pterodactyls at bay just with the motion of her blade. On the female dragon, Sir Ethelred was not having much luck holding the reins while simultaneously fending off the oncoming pterodactyls, but he did succeed at driving one creature blindly into 2 others by accidentally reflecting the sunlight off the shiny steel of his blade, causing them to merely tumble and roll downward and then surge back angrily. The cave boy used his wooden club violently and knocked one pterodactyl for a loop after the next. Kai just wished the red dragon of happiness was there to help. The 2 blue dragons both blew wicked amounts of sapphire electric flame, stunning the pterodactyls into a brief, paralyzed state, and watched them fall, regain their senses, and return with forceful strokes of their gigantic wings. The young prince and the 2 knights fought valiantly, to the right, then to the left, but the dragons were rapidly being injured and fading fast. Their only hope was to flee and hope they could outrun the savage flying monsters. Both dragon riders pulled the reins in hard, circled one last time, and flew straight ahead as fast and swiftly as they could go. For several seconds they left the pterodactyls behind, but it didn't take long for them to catch up. The pterodactyls pecked and bit the dragons' heels and tails. In response, the dragons kicked, bucked, and flew harder into the wind, again beginning to pull away, but the pterodactyls were resilient in their flying skills and stayed ever close. The dragons tried to lose them in the clouds, but without the sight of land below to judge speed, the dragons inadvertently slowed and were quickly surrounded again. The dragon riders pulled the reins to the right and allowed the dragons to drop beneath the dense cloud cover and speed forward with all of their might. Even though they were now miles away from the mountains and the pterodactyls' territory, the flying dinos were relentless. The 2 dragons flew unceasingly onward, in and out of misty clouds, soaring high and low, catching strong wind currents. But nothing seemed to deter the hungry pterodactyls. Nothing, that is, until they flew high over the grassy, flat plains of the Midwest. Above, from yet another cloud, streamed down 19 Asian dragons of all shapes and sizes, ranging in color from blue, aqua, green, yellow, and black. The kids noticed one single red one, but it turned out not to be the red dragon of happiness that had been their friend. The Asian dragons swooped in loops until they converged into the center of the pterodactyl flock. The dragons began to twist, spin, twirl, turn, and rotate as a scourge of liquid form until every pterodactyl was completely disoriented. Then the dragons attacked. One green male Asian dragon grabbed two smaller male pterodactyls simultaneously, grabbing one by the throat with his sharp teeth and the other by the throat with his whip-like tail. Both pterodactyls choked and fell to the earth. Another blue female Asian dragon used blurring speed, rolling dips, and gyrations to her advantage. She fired off orange flame, scorching many of the larger male pterodactyls' short, stubby tails, sending 5 of them yelping away in pain and embarrassment. The yellow female Asian dragon was almost impossible to see as she spun through the sky with the golden sunlight at her back. She swirled in great circles like a tornado and used her body to knock the pterodactyls senselessly around, as well as colliding harshly into each other. Then she would slip quietly away like a ghost before the pterodactyls knew what had hit them. 2 black male Asian dragons just came right out and destructively used their brute strength, fierce flame, and occasional headbutting to subdue every pterodactyl that they came in contact with. The aqua Asian dragons were the most magical of all. Their light green flame would instantly hypnotize any animal that even looked at it from a 3-foot radius. At that, the aqua dragons would merely advise the trespassers to leave, and they would respectfully obey. No need for battle or possible harm was necessary. At long last, the flock of pterodactyls dispersed, and the Asian dragons sailed away on the wind into mystic destiny and their next needed mission. Soon the kids saw the reason for the Asian dragons being there. Below was a war. The 2 blue dragons flew through one more cloud and hovered in amazement at what they saw. Below, stretching for hundreds and possibly thousands of miles across the vast grassy plains and flat prairie lands, which seemed to extend to the horizon and run on for eternity, was every type of dinosaur. Each dino had its feet planted firmly into tall, knee-high green and golden grass. They were staring down literally thousands of dragons that stood defiantly across the field, daring them to do their worst. The dinosaurs had made it perfectly clear that they were not going anywhere. They would defend their land to the death. Rising up from the standoff below were 3 specks. As they neared, they turned out to be 3 young draklings. The draklings were juvenile brass dragons, 2 males and a female. Though most can live to the ripe old age of 700 to 800 years, these youngsters could not have been more than 100. They were about 6 to 7 feet long, with vibrant brass scales that twinkled in the sunlight, and when highlighted just right, a delicate rainbow of different hues ranging from blue, red, green, yellow, and pink could be seen. The draklings flew closer to investigate the blue dragons and the kids riding them. They flew in a wide circle, looking them over out of curiosity with their wide, youthful eyes, and then inched closer to test their boundaries. The knights wondered if the draklings were tame and could be ridden. They called out to them in a strange tongue and a rare term that they had picked up from the Vikings. "Trolak!" Sir Ormerod shouted. "Trolak!" The draklings flapped their young wings faster and approached at the command. Sir Ormerod pulled out 4 extra harnesses out of his saddlebag, put one back that he didn't need, and handed the other 3 to Prince Christopher. "Climb aboard," he instructed. "What?" the prince said, though he heard him perfectly well. "Take the young dragons for a ride," Sir Ormerod clarified. Prince Christopher reluctantly took the harnesses. "I don't know how to ride a dragon," he said. "Have you ever ridden a horse?" "Yes, many times." "Well, it's no different, except that it's a couple more feet off the ground." The prince wasn't so sure. "Trolloc!" Sir Ormerod ordered again. One of the youthful dragons flew to the side of the blue male dragon and hovered a couple feet away so that the prince may climb onto his back. Prince Christopher took a second look at Sir Ormerod, and then looked straight down between the 2-foot spacing of the blue and brass dragons at the green prairie grasses miles below. He slowly and steadily stood. He could not step across because the distance between the two kept varying slightly as the two dragons flapped their wings. He would have to leap. He held his breath and, without looking down, jumped. The prince landed securely with both legs on each side of the energetic, bouncing young dragon, while grasping his left hand tightly around the muscle of the dragon's wing for added stability. The young dragon did not seem to mind having a rider at all. Prince Christopher attached the harness firmly to the dragon's head and snout, and then cautiously helped his sister across and got her seated, her arms around his waist. He steered the dragon away with practiced skill as if he had been doing it all his life, and flew over to the blue female dragon. He helped the cave boy, who had absolutely no fear of leaping across at such a great height. Kai was an altogether different story. He was simply too terrified to ride his own dragon, but after much time, patience, and coaxing, he finally ignored his fears and took the third young dragon with much relief and joy. After all had been settled, the two larger blue dragons, followed by the 3 inexperienced yet spirited drakelings, floated regally downward out of the broad azure sky and into the battle. The long line of dinosaurs snorted angrily. Fury poured from every pore of their bodies, causing a musky scent. The Triceratops charged first. One large male began the stampede, and over 200 followed. They plowed through the knee-high prairie grass, gaining speed with each powerful step, and charged towards the herd of the anticipating dragons. The metallic dragon stepped forward in an undeniable show of strength, bravery, and audacious defiance. They would not move. They would not budge. The Triceratops neared rapidly. They lowered their massive heads with 3 pointed horns and neck shield, preparing to stab and shred any that dared to stand in their way. 250 bronze, brass, copper, gold, and silver dragons stood their ground. The storming Triceratops hit the wall of dragons with a striking blow. As the Triceratops rushed in through the ranks of unmovable dragons, they forced their 3 horns upward into the dragons' bellies. The underside scale protection of the dragons had been reinforced, and the Triceratops buckled with an immense and abrupt halt, many breaking their horns. Over 100 Triceratops fell violently to the ground, as opposed to a little over 50 of the dragons. The dragons almost roared with jeering laughter. They let loose flame and sparks as a final show of insult and a humane as possible end to many of the Triceratops. The 100 remaining Triceratops fought on undeterred. The metallic dragons had little trouble suppressing the leftover trikes. For many of the dragons it was all fun and games. Some dragons would only eat or torture the gray Triceratops. Others would only eat or torture the brown or dark green Triceratops. While the dragons busied themselves with games and mock challenges, they did not see the herd of 100 tyrannosaurs casually attack from the side. The T-Rexes stomped in, their giant heads bobbing nonchalantly up and down. They stood roughly the same height as the dragons and attacked fluidly as if it were second nature to them. The number of dragons and dinosaurs now were the same. 200 dragons against 100 T-Rexes and 100 trikes. The dragons suddenly became serious at the presence of the T-Rexes and fought back ferociously. They spread their wings one at a time and took to the sky, but the T-Rexes would merely attack other dragons and waited for the others to descend back down within reach and then finish them off. The dragons tried using their flame, but unless they could direct the blaze into the T-Rex's nose, it did very little damage or nothing at all. The dragon numbers were dwindling rapidly. 75 more gold, bronze, and copper dragons flew in to aid the cause, but it only carried on as a stalemate. After seeing the 200 Triceratops charge into the metallic dragons, the 500 green and blue dragons charged the 600 Brontosaurus and Brachiosaurus herd. The Brontosaurs stood tall and firm in the gently swaying grass. They towered over the green and blue dragons by what deceivingly seemed like miles. The blue dragons thrust their single blue horn into the rough skin of the brontosaurs, but couldn't penetrate the thick hide. The green dragons bit and clawed at the legs, but the brontosaurs seemed to ignore it. Finally, after combining the green dragon's orange-pink flame with the blue dragon's electrical flame, did the brontosaurs and brachiosaurs finally begin to move. They edged slowly at first, trudging their feet heavily along, but once they got started, there was no stopping them. With raw power and motion, they moved as rhythmically as a machine of solid mass. The blue and green dragons hung on to the folds of thick skin as the brontosaurs took them for a ride. The brontosaurs unapologetically plowed into one group of the battling dragons and dinosaurs after the next, disrupting everything in their path. When the green and blue dragons got to be too much of a bother, the brontosaurs would extend their long necks downward and grasp each individual dragon with their flat teeth and remove them as simply as a human would remove a pestering insect. 80 more green and blue dragons flew in from elsewhere and began to fly around the various brontosaurs' faces, trying to bring them to a halt. The 600 disturbed brontosaurs called out with a deep, loud rumble that almost shook the ground. Almost at once, hundreds of small pterodactyls ran quickly in flocks across the grasslands. They leapt onto the brontosaurs' tails and backs, up the long necks, and jumped out into the dragons like ants on a scorpion, biting the dragons just as the dragons had done to the brontosaurs. They weighted them down in mid-air and brought them crashing to the ground with howls and sparks. Leaving the pods to finish their horrific work, the brontosaurs sauntered off, shaking the ground as they went, and kicking any dragon out of the way that they came across. 400 stegosaurus began charging across the flat landscape, kicking up grass as they went, waddling their way to help the triceratops when they were brutally interrupted by 300 slimy Asian dragons. The Asian dragons whipped down out of the sky and hit the stegosaurs so hard and fast that it seemed like slow motion. The stegosaurs bucked and swung their mighty spiked tails, but missed every time. Many of the Asian dragons coiled themselves around the stegosaurs' legs like rope, bringing them quickly down with a thunderous crash. Other Asian dragons wrapped themselves around the neck or tails and slowed down the stegosaurs' built-in weaponry so much that still other Asian dragons could easily maim or wound. The yellow Asian dragon's flame shone bright yellow when it erupted and smelled of sweet, delicious candy. Several of the stegosaurs, with their great sense of smell, fell for this trick and were quickly barbecued. Those that did not fall for this deception would rapidly shake their heads up and down or side to side as fast as they could swing their deadly tails and deflect most of the yellow flame off of the diamond-shaped spikes and plates that ran upward along their backs. Just as the stegosaurs' numbers were dropping to the last 75, in ran well over 200 Pachycephalosaurus. The Pachy's were 20 feet long from nose to tail and had thick, light to dark brown skin and a wooden texture for camouflage. But the most distinguishing feature that they had was the carved dome of solid bone on top of their heads, used for ramming. When they lowered their heads, their spines would align just right to collide with almost anything and cause great damage. This worked well in theory, but not so well on the Asian dragons, whose rubbery bodies could take the impact. The thick-headed lizards had to rethink their form of attack and realign their footing and posture. Using intellect and cunning, the stegosaurs allowed the colorful dragons to wrap themselves around their tails, and the packies would charge, with heads straight and low, and headbutt the dragons' soft skulls that were not designed for such contact. The dragons squealed in pain. Their tentacle feelers stood on end. The blue Asian dragons were the first to release the stegosaurs, followed by the green, then red and yellow. The black and aqua dragons refused to give up their victims and hung on tightly to the stegosaurs' tails. The pack of packies took off and plowed into a smaller group of gold and silver dragons. The multicolored Asian dragons took to the air, swirling in a kaleidoscope of color to disorient the stegosaurs, but it did not work. The remaining stegosaurs ignored them and stormed off. Still with the dragons holding on tightly, they marched forward to the help of the triceratops and their battle with the metallic dragons. The aqua dragons at last turned loose of the stampeding stegosaurs' tails and slithered through the tall green grass like a snake, slinking smoothly along under and between the enormous legs and feet of the passing brontosaurus herd until they came to a cluster of other male aqua dragons that were in the middle of a brash encounter with a drove of male parasaurus. The parasaurs advanced with a loud trombone-like honk that echoed from the semi-hollow horn that protruded up from their nose, along their forehead, angled upward another couple of feet into the air, and ended with a broad, rounded tip. The Dinosaurs and Dragons clashed together in head-to-head combat by lowering their heads and locking horns. The Asian dragon's stag-like horns snapped onto either side of the Parasaur's nasal horns and locked them firmly in place so that none of the animals could move. One after the next pushed the other forward and then back again, each tugging, pressing, and struggling for dominance. The Dinosaurs and Dragons snarled, rumbled, and growled with the utmost anger and hatred until each realized they were stuck. They thrashed their heads around violently, but it was no use. Other aqua dragons were witnessing the struggle, tried to separate them, but to no avail. Each continued to force their horns forward harshly, hoping that the other would slump to the ground, but neither side would. Stubbornness prevailed, and on for several minutes the deadlock commenced, until a massive movement of trotting ankylosaurs trampled over the grasses and surged directly into the dueling enemies. The ankylosaurs seemed hysterical. They swung their powerful tails and bony clubs at random, knocking most of the parasaurs and Asian dragons loose from each other's deadly grasps. With the aqua dragons free from their clenched horn display, they went aggressively after the ankylosaurs with avengement. The ankylosaurs were so mad with the abhorrence and dread that they clubbed everything in sight, knocking dragon after dragon to the ground, including a couple of parasaurs, and then trundled unknowingly off to dispute 15 terrorizing green dragons. The parasaurs and aqua dragons, hardly willing to let the other get away that easily, violently locked horns again. Nearby, stomping wildly past the ankylosaurs, 172 allosaurus stepped heavily in pursuit of the yellow Asian dragons and the western bronze dragons that were too numerous to count. The allosaurs were the cousins of the T-Rex, but had much larger arms and were much thinner and more agile. They were 39 feet long and had 6-inch claws and razor-sharp teeth that were used exclusively for ripping and tearing. The dragons had accidentally stumbled across the allosaurs while trying to sneak up on the parasaurs, but they were quickly discovered and were now fleeing for their lives. They flew swift and hard, dipping and diving, trying desperately to elude their pursuers. The allosaurs ran through the ranks of the ankylosaurs, somehow failing to trip over them, and chased the fleeing dragons with everything they had. They leapt and jumped as they gave chase, getting ever closer to the dragons with every loud snap of their deadly and powerful jaws. The dragons tried to lose the allosaurs among the large brontosaurus herd, but that only managed to slow them down a little. They were closing in. The dragons' only hope now was to fly higher. As they did so, they flew head-on to a solid wall of pterodactyls that were equal in number. The dragons and pterodactyls ripped into each other violently, swimming thickly through the air like a swarm of moths in firelight. The dragons were now trapped from above and below. They fought bravely, but as each dragon was wounded by the fierce pterodactyls, they tumbled and fell dreadfully to the ground, and were quickly devoured by the hungry allosaurs. Sir Ormerod rode the lead blue dragon, followed by Sir Ethelred on the second blue dragon, and taking up the rear with the 4 kids on their own juvenile brass dragons. They glided downward from the glorious sky toward the ongoing war. Prince Christopher, who had never ridden a dragon before in his entire life, and, until very recently, despised the very word dragon, was handling his young male dragon extremely well, like a true king on his majestic steed. The cave boy seemed to have a natural ability for riding his young male dragon, perhaps from his vast experience of riding on the back of larger animals like the brontosaurus. Kai was having the most difficulty riding and controlling his young female dragon, but since the beast did not want to leave her siblings, she followed quietly behind. Prince Christopher looked ahead at the 2 larger blue dragons and wondered just where exactly they were headed, when all at once the young brass dragon that he and his sister Princess Elsie were riding stopped in midair. It had seen something of interest and, curiosity overtaking its brain, dove to the left and flew down to investigate. The prince tried to rein him in, but it was too much of a power struggle. The adolescent dragon did not heed his command and flew on, his brother and sister flying right behind. The 4 kids watched Sir Ormerod, Sir Ethelred, and the 2 blue dragons sail away. They tried desperately to turn the drakelings around. They called out and waved, but they could not be seen or heard over the turmoil of the war. The drakelings flew to a pile of gray rocks and hovered above them for a while. For some reason, they didn't dare land. Something in the air didn't feel right. The cluster of gray stones seemed terribly out of place among the extensive flat land and smooth grasses. The young male dragon that the prince and princess were riding began to sniff the air, searching for something that could not be seen. At last, the youthful dragon gave up his interest in the rocks and allowed the prince to regain some control, despite the fact that they were flying in the wrong direction and were heading straight for the great battle. They flew deep into the midst of the ruckus and found themselves flying just a couple of feet above a horde of angry ankylosaurs that swung their clubbed tails at them, barely missing them by inches. They flew over several hundred stegosaurs that reacted the same way with their spiked tails. They flew behind a T-Rex stampede. They soared over a herd of loud, honking parasaurs. They flew under Asian dragons and pterodactyls. They sailed past western dragons and hundreds of triceratops. They flew under the bellies and between the legs of the great brontosaurus and brachiosaurus herd. And as they passed over a rush of charging pachycephalosaurs that were preparing to ram into a group of golden dragons, they heard a loud chomping and grinding of teeth behind them. They turned and saw a giant Spinosaurus chasing and snapping. It was a female and stood 50 feet long. She had a large fin on her back and scaly green skin that appeared to be wet, either from the water or from natural oils. She bore down on them with lightning-quick speed. The 4 kids and 3 brass drakhlings split up, flying 3 different directions into the sky. The Spinosaur did not know which one to follow and gave up, turning her attention instead toward the 3 small, unsuspecting silver dragons in the distance. The 3 drakelings circled high and met together again over a large herd of iguanodons, the 20-foot-long greenish-gray plant-eaters. "That was close," Princess Elsie said, breathing a sigh of relief. But she spoke too soon. The air suddenly filled with an awful howl that was far louder than any dragon or dinosaur could ever produce. The deep, resonating howl was a cry of protest, a loud, angry cry from an animal that had enough of war. The kids turned their drakelings around and saw it. Rising from the far side of the battlefield, where they had just come from, were the gray rocks, slowly growing as a solid mass into the air above the heads of every dragon and dinosaur. Every animal that was doing battle froze momentarily and gazed at the new monster. The monster was a stone dragon. Its skin was actually soft tissue, but had the appearance of rock for camouflage and as a deterrent. The enormous dragon was officially called a gargoyle and looked like a statue. He was male and stood a whopping 98 feet tall and towered over every living thing in sight. The gargoyle dragon roared violently one more time and trudged forward. 10 triceratops lowered their heads and charged. The gargoyle knocked many of them out of his way with one swipe of his stony scaled claw. The smaller surrounding dragons roared with laughter. The triceratops regrouped and charged a second time. Again, the gargoyle dragon swatted them away, this time for good. All the dinosaurs in the field of battle were defenseless against the enormous gargoyle dragon. All hope seemed to be lost. All thought of victory was temporarily forgotten, until from the other side of the combat ground emerged a new monster of equal strength and stature, a Gigantosaurus. The Gigantosaurus resembled the T-Rex, but was 2 or 3 times larger. It was a huge male that could make you shrink back in fear just by looking at him. He stood 81 feet tall, had light brown leathery skin with dark brown stripes and razor-sharp teeth that were almost as big as a triceratops' nose horn. On the back of his head and running down his back, he had a long line of flexible black tufts of hair that were as big around as a human wrist. His frame was wide and indestructibly solid. The gargoyle dragon snarled at the sight of him. The Gigantosaurus answered by charging forward. The gargoyle dragon did the same. They met violently in the center of the battlefield with brutal clashing blows. Every animal present seemed to flinch. The Gigantosaurus chomped at the gargoyle's unprotected belly. The gargoyle dragon counteracted by blowing a ferocious orange flame that seared directly down the Giganosaur's back. The Giganosaur ran his rough teeth along the gargoyle dragon's outer thigh and was preparing to do much more damage when he noticed a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. His thick, spiky hair was on fire. He bellowed angrily, trying to hide his pain. Out of instinct, he dropped to the ground and began to roll in the thick grass to extinguish the flame. Soon the Giganosaur's burning had subsided, but the dry grasses had ignited, and a blaze was quickly spreading. The Gigantosaur stood and once more engaged in battle. From behind the gargoyle dragon, another spectacular monster had arrived. It was a male Seismosaurus. He resembled a brontosaurus in many ways, except for the fact that he had small spikes down his back, like many of the Stegosaurus. He was the largest creature yet to be seen. He stood 135 feet long. The Seismosaur began to use his head and strong neck to push the gargoyle dragon closer toward the Gigantosaur. The gargoyle dragon recoiled to his right and began to snap sadistically at both dinosaurs. Both the Gigantosaur and Seismosaur knocked the Gargoyle dragon aggressively to the burning ground and with cruel intent hastily finished him off. Meanwhile, the fire grew out of control. Most of the dinosaurs fled. Seeing their enemies retreat because of the blaze, the dragons scornfully spread out near and far to set fire to anything and everything they could. While the Seismosaur and Gigantosaur gloated stupidly in victory, the inferno surrounded them and rapidly overtook them in a matter of minutes. The fire continued to grow and spread faster and faster in all directions with the help of the dry grass and the wind. In one area that wasn't burning, a large green dragon, which Kai later described as being the color of jade, landed and was preparing to add to the blaze with his internal flame when 3 19-foot-tall Dilophosaurus showed up to stop him with the fires of their own. They could spit sticky, dark green poison up to 20 feet away. The first two missed, but were close. The third spit was a direct hit and landed on the dragon's eyes. The burning poison was too stringy and gummy to be pulled away, though the dragon tried desperately. The dragon cried out in pain, but ultimately, knowing his fate was sealed, he ferociously blew one last surge of flame toward the Dilophosaurs out of spite. The fire missed the dinosaurs, but did ignite the dry yellow grass all around. The Dilophosaurs squawked and hissed, jumped through the wall of flame, and disappeared. The green dragon fell, never to stand again. The orange fire raged on, rising higher and higher. Thick black smoke filled the air, choking everything and everyone. Within minutes, most of the battlefield was consumed in burning vegetation. Among the flames, a personage appeared in a gray cloak and began to help the wounded. It was Kuldrik the sorcerer. The 4 kids noticed him immediately and wanted to approach, but the young brass drakelings did not want to miss out on the fun. They flew in the opposite direction and swiftly landed against their rider's commands and tried to start fires of their own. "No!" Prince Christopher ordered. The drakelings completely ignored him, with young dragon chuckles escaping from their throats. Prince Christopher and the cave boy removed the harnesses from the disobedient drakelings as the crackling wall of flame moved closer. "Let's get out of here!" the prince yelled to the others. "Run!" All 4 took off through the only opening among the flames that they could find. The draklings turned to their little piece of land and coughed up little baby dragon sparks. A tiny cluster of grass 10 inches high caught fire. The draklings, ever pleased with themselves, smiled and flew away. Once the 4 kids were through the wall of fire, they quickly realized they were surrounded by something else. Pterodactyls. They were completely encircled by 6 pterodactyls that were frightened and unstable enough to do anything. The pods speedily attacked. Prince Christopher dropped the harnesses and withdrew his sword. He swung it in circles, hitting one pod after the next, but causing no damage. The cave boy hit 3 of the creatures with his wooden club, knocking them temporarily from their senses, but within seconds they regained their footing. Princess Elsie could not get to her dagger fast enough, and so began swinging her leather bag. Prince Christopher twirled one time, and out of sheer luck caught one of the pods through the heart, stabbing it clear through. The prince stopped, looked at what he had done, and began to smirk. He turned proudly to his sister. "Now I am a dragon slayer," he said, pulling his blade out of the dead dinosaur. Princess Elsie rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right." They didn't have long to gloat before the pods began a second round of attacks. However, before the prince, princess, and cave boy knew what was going on, a sudden blur in human form rushed past them. It was Kai. He did backflips, high kicks, punching, hand chops, low kicks, spinning, twirling, and all manner of paralyzing stunts, flowing seamlessly from one move to the next until the remaining 5 pods lie unconscious. Then he landed, feet apart, perfectly balanced on the balls of his feet, in clenched fist stance, ready for more action. The 3 others were completely shocked. Their jaws dropped. "What kind of fighting was that?" Prince Christopher managed to say. "Where did you learn that?" Princess Elsie asked at almost the same time. Kai put his feet together and placed his hands together in a prayer-like gesture. "It is kung fu," he said, slightly bowing, "taught by my father." "I've never seen anything like it," Prince Christopher said, returning his sword to his scabbard. "It would have worked better if I had been wearing no shoes," Kai said. Again their jaws dropped. The heat, light, and roar of the oncoming fire snapped them back to reality. But this time it was too late. The giant flames had enclosed them once again. The surging walls of fire were higher and thicker than before. The sky was turning black with heavy smoke. They could not breathe. Princess Elsie felt dizzy and almost collapsed. Her brother caught her before she hit the ground. Then, from above, things got worse. Flying through the ring of flame sailed a female silver dragon. In her front claws she held a large oval rock, perhaps to crush them with. "Children!" the dragon called out. It was Bashra! "Children, climb on. We must get out of here." Bashra landed, followed by the red dragon of happiness. "Oh, we are so glad to see you," Prince Christopher said. The two dragons did not waste time with idle chit-chat. The red Asian dragon helped lift Princess Elsie onto Bashra's back. She was still groggy, but the prince and the cave boy held her upright in a sitting position between them. Kai sat in the back, holding her leather bag. Bashra and the Asian dragon quickly took to the air, flew through the thick smoke, and leveled off miles above the flame. They flew for a great distance, mile after mile, far above the prairie grasslands, on and on, until they felt they were relatively safe from the devastation. They searched the grasses below, seeking refuge. But there was no place to hide. There were no trees, there were no rocks. There was only open, flat ranges that stretched on forever. Finally, at long last, they arrived at the end of it all. Ahead was a thick line of trees, and beyond that a large blue lake. Bashra landed awkwardly at the tree line because she was still holding on tightly to the large rock. The four kids jumped down off her back. Princess Elsie was still dazed, but the three boys helped her along through 25 feet of trees to the lake's shoreline. The princess, as well as the others, took a long drink of the cool water as she recovered slowly. Prince Christopher used some of the fishing tips that the Vikings had taught him, and with the help of the cave boy, Kai, and the two dragons, some of the most beautiful trout were pulled from the lake for dinner. As evening set in, they made camp within the safety of the trees, with the lake for protection on one side and a great view of the vast prairie on the other. As they were sitting around the campfire, the red dragon of happiness told them the good news just after they had finished eating. "I am going to be a father," he said proudly. "What?" Princess Elsie exclaimed. "That's great," Prince Christopher added. Bashra, smiling a motherly smile, held up the oval rock. "We are both expecting," she said. "You're going to be a mother?" Princess Elsie asked. Bashra nodded. Princess Elsie looked at the large oval stone. "The both of you are going to have a pet rock?" she said, confused. Bashra laughed. "No, this is not a rock. This is a dragon egg. We found Coldrick the sorcerer, and he put a charm on it to make it look like a rock, for protection." "Protection from what?" Prince Christopher asked. The red Asian dragon stepped forward. "When the egg hatches, it will be the first drakling that will be half Eastern dragon and half Western dragon," he said. "The drakling will probably have unbelievable powers, and we wanted to protect him or her from fortune seekers." "I understand," Prince Christopher confirmed. Princess Elsie ran and threw her arms around Bashra's long neck. "Congratulations!" she squealed in delight. After everyone got to hold the new egg and said their congratulations, Prince Christopher looked up and noticed through the trees that something large was flying directly toward them. He walked to the edge of the wooded area and looked up into the prairie sky and saw it. Between the sun setting in the west and the moon rising in the east was a large purple western dragon. It had giant purple wings that caught the evening air and lifted it closer and closer. Its head was rigid and powerful, but it had no horns. Its whole body was completely smooth, except for being covered with rough purple scales. The prince called everyone's attention to it, and when they came running up behind him, he turned and saw the dragon was now orange. It had the same shaped wings and the same well-defined head with no horns, and all the other same features, but it was now the color of a carrot. The orange dragon finally arrived, flew high above their heads, and then landed by their campfire. When the entire group returned to investigate, they found the dragon had changed again. It was now covered completely in silver fur instead of scales. The furry silver dragon shook his entire hairy body the same way a wet dog would. Then it began to sniff around the campsite, obviously looking for food. Bashra placed her 2 front paws together in excitement. "Coldrick!" she exclaimed. The furry silver dragon began to spin into a blur, and when it stopped, there stood Coldrick the sorcerer in his usual gray cloak. "Have you nothing to eat?" he asked. "I'm famished." They all sat in a circle around the campfire, watching Coldrick finish the last of the trout as the darkness of night finally set in. Bashra picked up the egg that she had left to warm by the fire and held it close. "We wish to thank you again for the disguise spell you used to protect our baby," she said. Coldrick smiled. "If I may ask," Prince Christopher said, "why do you use magic to heal dragons and dinosaurs when dragons are forbidden in the kingdom?" Coldrick rubbed his gray beard. "As I have said before, I wish no animal to suffer. And I could also feel I am forever bound to do good deeds for a grave mistake that I made many, many years ago." "What was the mistake?" "When I was a young wizard apprentice, a peasant from a nearby village came to me and asked for a special power, the power of transformation. Being young and not knowing the true depth of magic, I obliged to perform the trick for 5 gold coins. The peasant agreed most willingly on the price, and I was paid. I reminded the peasant that as an inexperienced wizard, I only had enough knowledge of magic for him to transform into one single animal, and asked him which animal it would be. He decided on a housefly, so that he could spy on people and be almost unseen. I used my wand and cast the spell. I gave him a magic word to use whenever he wished to transform." "Then what happened?" Princess Elsie asked, leaning forward with interest. "He said the word and instantly transformed into a housefly. However, I not only gave him the body of a fly, but I also gave him the brain and mind of a fly, and he was forever unable to transform back into a human." Nobody spoke. "So," Coldrick continued, "I will spend the rest of my days fixing anything and everything I can until I feel my debt in poor judgment has been repaid." Princess Elsie spoke up. "Can you magically mend my red dress?" she asked. "Don't ask for that," the prince interrupted. "The moral of the story was be careful what you wish for." Coldrick laughed. "I have learned and perfected a great deal of magic since those long ago days, and I can almost certainly mend a garment." He pulled forth a wooden wand from his cloak and raised his arms toward the campfire and spoke. "Yeraz orn fel tidil misenre." At once, a small golden dragonfly popped out of the campfire and buzzed toward Princess Elsie. "Have you a needle?" Coldrick asked. "Yes," the princess replied. She rummaged through her leather bag and pulled out a long, thin sewing needle. The dragonfly began to spin and turned itself into a golden fairy. The fairy was a young girl with golden hair, golden dress, and golden wings. She circled the princess 3 or 4 times, then took the large needle and reduced it down in size to barely a visible golden speck. She then flew back into the campfire and returned with a long, thin, flaming golden thread. The fairy carefully threaded the tiny needle and set to work sewing and mending Princess Elsie's red dress while she was still wearing it. After several long minutes, the job was at last completed. The small fairy tied off the end of the thread, faced the princess, and with a polite chirp fluttered back into the campfire. "There you are," Coldrick said. "Your beautiful dress will never tear, smudge, or tarnish again." The princess examined the tiny stitching. "Oh, thank you so much." Coldrick stood. "I must be off now. I have so much work left to do." Everybody thanked him again graciously, and then watched with amazement as he slowly faded out and finally disappeared altogether. Kai and the cave boy put the campfire out, and being paranoid of fire now because of all the burning destruction the dragons had caused, they extinguished the flame with dirt and water just to be sure. Then they all went to bed. The next morning, Prince Christopher rolled over comfortably, his mind dreaming of many wonderful things. He relaxed as he felt the warmth and heard the crackle of the campfire. He could see the flickering of the flames even though his eyes were closed. Then, suddenly it occurred to him that they didn't have a campfire. They had been extra careful in making sure that it had been smothered and was completely out. The prince threw his eyes open and panicked. He jumped to his feet and saw that the surrounding trees were on fire. He screamed for everyone to wake up. Everyone was groggy at first, but they snapped back to consciousness at the sight of the flames. They quickly gathered their things and ran down to the lake. Out in the middle of the water were 12 of the largest brontosaurs that any of them had ever seen. They were trying to escape the flames as well. 5 of them were in the deeper end of the lake, trying desperately to submerge themselves so that only their eyes and nostrils could be seen above the water's surface. The other 7 stood tall with their heads and necks towering high above both trees and flames alike. On the other side of the large lake, a flock of parasaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs, were making their way frantically to the water. From the side, hiding in 2 rows among some of the trees that had not yet started to burn, were some knights and a couple of Vikings. The knights were archers and fired a steady stream of arrows into the air toward the brontosaurs. The 2 Vikings in their horned helmets laughed. The brontosaurs did not flinch. They probably thought of the arrows as no more a nuisance than some bothersome insects. The air was beginning to grow thick with smoke. The 4 kids covered their mouths and ran back through the campsite, through the burning trees and out onto the open prairie. They didn't know what they expected to find, but they were also unsure what the knights would do to the 2 dragons in the egg. The prairie sky was filled with black and gray smoke that made everything look cloudy. Though the sun should be shining brightly, it looked more like dusk. A large swarm of western dragons flew overhead and kept going. "Children," Bashra yelled from behind, "climb on my back. We must leave." As the 4 kids started toward Bashra, the ground began to shake violently. Everyone, including the large, sure-footed dragons, lost their balance and fell. The trembling ground began to bounce everyone around. It was too harsh to grab a hold of anything. Kai and the cave boy tried to grab a hold of some protruding tree roots, but the quaking earth ripped them from their hands. Bashra held the egg tightly. Princess Elsie could only hold on to her leather bag, but she managed to wrap it around a burning tree trunk, which gave her some stability. The prince was slammed repeatedly back and forth against several trees. The red dragon of happiness tried to dig and bury himself into the dirt, but the quivering ground would not allow him to stay in one place for long. To everyone's sheer amazement, the prairie floor opened up into a deep pit that stretched for half a mile to the north and south. Thick black smoke escaped into the sky and covered everything in complete darkness, making it as dim as midnight. The 4 kids could not see the hands in front of their faces. Everything was suddenly eerily still. The kids remained motionless, trying to catch their breath and regain their balance enough to stand. "Christopher!" Princess Elsie called out. "Over here!" the prince responded. The princess followed the sound of her brother's voice through the sudden darkness until they were together. Prince Christopher stood, and the 2 of them found Kai and the cave boy and helped them stand as well. The cave boy clutched his wooden club securely and went to investigate the sudden opening in the earth's crust.
The other three and the two dragons reluctantly followed. The darkness still loomed all around menacingly from miles of thick black smoke that blocked out the sun. The only light was a faint orange-red glow that came from the depth of the new crevice. The stench of sulfur filled the air and their noses. Tiny grit from the rip in the earth got into their mouths, and all four kids could feel it crunching between their teeth. A hissing sound echoed up from the long, thin hole. Kai, the prince and princess, and the two dragons stopped. The cave boy inched closer and peered steadily over the edge, and then motioned for the others to come have a look. They could see the cave boy's silhouette against the reddish glow as they advanced slowly and cautiously. Each looked down over the edge in turn. Below was a fast-running stream of smoldering hot lava. The hissing sound they had heard was the black smoke rising from the burning rocks. Suddenly, something huge had been watching them from a side cave on the rocky ledge below, and raced toward them. Its enormous mass soared up and out of the crevice and hung in the dark sky over them like the very devil himself. It was a vicious red western dragon. The four kids stumbled back in fear. The evil red dragon was a male and had large and small crimson spikes and horns covering his entire body. His scarlet wings were the largest and longest of any dragon, stretching more than 173 feet. Princess Elsie hid behind her brother as the group slowly began to back up. "How dare you enter my domain?" the red dragon roared sinisterly, his deep voice resonating through them. Bashra handed the egg to the Asian dragon and stepped forward. "We did not enter your domain. You came to us," she shouted, pointing to the crevice and the damage it had done to the land. The red dragon began to sharpen his burgundy claws. "I follow the lava," he said. "It is my home, and I will destroy anyone who violates my dwelling." There was clearly no reasoning with him. Bashra took a defensive stance, challenging him with her body language. The red dragon accepted. He floated and lunged forward, snapping his teeth, fangs, and claws wildly. Bashra fired back with her sharp teeth and hot breath. The two began to roll backward, fighting ferociously. They hit some burning trees, knocking several of them to the ground with a crumbling, crackling pop. Bashra broke away and growled like a giant dog, the silver frill on the back of her neck bristling as the red dragon backed her up parallel to the mighty pit. Prince Christopher ran to one of the fallen burning trees and grabbed a branch that was still ablaze. As he was running toward the red dragon, he glanced down and noticed another section of tree trunk that had fallen off in the fire. It was circular and shaped like a bowl, but it would still make a fine shield. He reached down and picked it up. It was still hot, but he didn't have time to worry about that now. He clenched his teeth tightly to help ignore the slight pain from the heat of the shield and charged toward the red dragon. The red dragon spun around to face the prince at his approach. Prince Christopher thrust the burning branch toward the dragon's stern face. The dragon sneered and stuck his red face into the branch and sucked up every last bit of flame into his mouth until the fire had been removed from the limb. The prince dropped the useless branch and looked up just as the red dragon blew the exact same flame from his mouth and through his nose in a strong, steady stream. The prince closed his eyes and reflected the intense flame off his shield. The heat mounted on the shield, perhaps not as strongly as it would have if it had been a metal shield, but still the prince held strong until the blowing stopped. The red dragon puffed 3 rings of gray smoke from his nostrils as a victorious, gloating finale, which made Bashra that much angrier. She leapt onto his spiny back and clamped her sharp teeth onto the back of his long neck. The red dragon fell backward, crushing Bashra with his weight, and tucking his massive wings into his body, he began to roll toward the pit. The prince tried to run and escape the battling dragons, but instead got caught up in it. After a few tumbles, he found that all three of them had gone over the edge and were plummeting to the lava below. Princess Elsie screamed. The Asian dragon quickly handed the egg to the princess and with no fear bounded over the edge and sailed straight down. To the prince it all seemed surreal. Everything was in slow motion. Bashra and the red dragon were still fighting next to him. As he continued to drop, the warmth from the flowing magma below was growing more severe with each passing second. But somehow his mind blocked it out. The Asian dragon straightened his body out long and narrow to avoid wind resistance so that he could fall faster. At last he caught up to the prince and scooped him up in midair. He carried the helpless boy up to the ledge and cave entrance that the evil red dragon had originally appeared from, and then flew back down to help Bashra. Bashra was falling backwards so she couldn't get any air under her wings to lift herself up into steady flight. Thankfully, the red dragon blew another gust of blazing fire toward her that pushed a fresh batch of hot air into her wings and lifted her immediately upward and away. The vicious red dragon slowed his own descent and followed her, giving chase. Bashra soared toward the cave, flew over the prince, and entered the dark cavern. The red dragon pursued right on her tail, followed by the Asian dragon. Prince Christopher wiped the sweat from his brow, drew his sword, raised his makeshift shield, and cautiously entered. The cave was too dark to see anything. It was pitch black. Even after allowing his eyes to adjust, he still could see nothing. However, he could clearly hear everything. From deep within the cave, the sound of clashing teeth and ferocious battling were loud and clear. The prince could hear the red dragon roar and bellow. He could hear Bashra return powerful growls and deep howls. He could hear the Asian dragon bawl with a snarl. Giant rocks were also falling, being thrown, scratched and scraped with ear-piercing screeches. Every sound and vibration was echoing off the chamber walls. The young prince almost couldn't take it anymore. He began to walk faster and hit his head on a stalactite. He reached to his forehead and fortunately could not feel any blood. It was only a bump. He continued on, slightly slower this time. The sounds of the battle were getting louder as he got closer. He heard Bashra cry out in pain, then fight back harder with intense fury. The prince rounded the last corner and could see clearly the flames of battle glancing off the walls in the distance. Bashra's flame and the red dragon's flame merged into one giant fireball after the next, filling the cave with a brilliant light of different hues. The Asian dragon's fire breath exploded like radiant and dazzling fireworks of all colors ranging from orange, red, purple, blue, and green, all the while blasting with loud bangs, whistles, and pops. The prince squinted his eyes to focus on the dragons themselves, but could only make out the shadows of the three figures in the scuffle of combat. Suddenly, one of the dragons sailed furiously toward him. He held his sword and shield at the ready. At the last minute he noticed that it was Bashra. She had seen him, grabbed him, and pulled him out of the cave, through the entrance, and back to the safety of the solid ground above. The prince could see and tell by the way that she flew, before she set him down, that her right wing had been seriously injured. "Child," Bashra addressed the prince, "you stay here." She turned to go back, but before she could, the evil red dragon and the Asian dragon had landed several feet away. Prince Christopher ran toward the burning trees. "Not another lit branch," Princess Elsie called after him. "It didn't work last time, it only made him stronger." "I know," the prince called back. "Now for the opposite." "What?" Even though the red dragon was fiercely outnumbered 2-1, he held his own quite well, fighting on with victory almost at hand. Prince Christopher returned moments later, carrying his shield flat with both hands. He bravely approached the red dragon and waited for him to turn in his direction. When the dragon did so, the prince hoisted the shield upward and doused the dragon in the face with water from the lake. The red dragon squealed in pain as the cool water dripped and ran into his nose and mouth. Steam from his extinguished fire breath sizzled and poured from every orifice of his sturdy snout. Without thinking twice, Prince Christopher grabbed his sword and stabbed at the deadly dragon 3 times. The first blow ricocheted off one of the long spikes. The second blow bounced off his thick, cherry-colored scales. The third and last blow surged through his chest and cut directly into his heart. The red dragon clutched his chest and stumbled backward. With a quick kick from his boot, the prince pushed the giant dragon over the ledge and watched him tumble into the raging lava far beneath him and disappear forever. Princess Elsie patted him on his shoulder. "Now, dear brother, now you are officially a dragon slayer." Prince Christopher laughed a bounty of cheerful glee and released a heavy sigh of much relief. "That's right," he said. "Now I'm a dragon slayer. I'm a dragon slayer!" Everyone cheered and applauded.
Bashra was worried. She paced back and forth with a limp, clutching her egg tightly to her chest. "This war has to stop," she kept saying to herself. "But how?" Then she stopped as it suddenly occurred to her. She lowered herself. "Children, climb on. I know the dragon we must go and see. His name is Spinegar. He is the lord of the dragons." "But you are too hurt to fly," Princess Elsie remarked with concern. "Nonsense," Bashra responded. "It is not far, and it has to be done." Bashra handed her precious egg to the princess, and she placed it carefully in her leather bag. The 4 kids reluctantly climbed on with the help of the Asian dragon, and with a stagger and a sharp jolt, they took to the sky and wobbled awkwardly and painfully through the darkness as Bashra struggled and moaned with each flap of her injured wing. Soon they were flying high enough that Bashra could glide for a while off and on, much to the relief of the princess. Below, they could see clearly how most of the landscape was on fire and was quickly being destroyed. Whole forests were ablaze, and that which was not on fire was being pushed down, uprooted and trampled by the huge Brontosaurus, Triceratops, and Stegosaurus herds. Unfortunately, the trees and vegetation that were being ripped from the ground was drying out faster because of the heat of the surrounding flames, thus causing it to burn that much sooner. The disaster and destruction seemed to have no end. Bashra flew on until she reached a clearing in the sky that was not blackened by the intoxicating heavy black smoke. Instead of the usual billows of black fumes, there was a large majestic castle that floated miles above the ground. It was constructed entirely of gray and black smoke, and pushed the other black clouds away as it moved, allowing heavenly streams of sunlight to flood in. However brief, it was a real uplifting pleasure to see the light. They approached the castle, and a gray smoke drawbridge lowered so that they could enter. Bashra landed, and the kids jumped down. The floor of the dense smoke was spongy and surprisingly held their weight. It was like walking on a heavy pile of feathers. As they entered the great hall, they could see that everything was made up of solid smoke. There were smoke lamps, smoke statues, smoke curtains and drapes, smoke pillars and high vaulted smoke ceilings. Princess Elsie even picked up a small smoke rug and shook it out, scattering smoke dust. The colors of the smoke were dull for the most part. They consisted mostly of gray, brown, black, and white, but overall it was a very entertaining sight. On one wall was a large painting of an orange-brown dragon, but instead of paints, it was artfully formed using small flames. The orange-brown scales were one color of flame, the bright yellow eyes were another color of flame, and even the black pupils burned with a black spark or two. The entire picture had a burning golden flame, and even though it was a very small part of the castle, it gave an enchanting feel to the depressing surroundings. "Don't dawdle," Bashra said, and then she and the Asian dragon entered the throne room. All 4 kids followed. Inside they found more of the same. Everything was made of smoke, but one thing stood out. It was a large, menacing western black dragon sitting upon a large, beautiful smoke throne. He sat 20 feet high with a possible wingspan of 50 feet. His dark head looked like a black dragon skull, and he had 2 large black horns, about 3 feet in diameter, that protruded from either side of his rough cranium and arched forward to very sharp points. The horns were his most distinguishing feature. "What do you want, Bashra?" The black dragon scowled. The kids were surprised that he knew Bashra's name. Bashra and the Asian dragon bowed. Seeing this, the kids did as well. "O great Spinegar, God and mighty Lord of the dragons," Bashra uttered, "I come before you to humbly ask that you bring this war to a halt." "Why would I do that?" "Because millions are dying or being wounded, and the entire land is burning." Spinegar laughed, almost pleased with himself. Yes, my greatest achievement ever. The entire northern and southern hemispheres of this continent, the Americas, are completely ablaze at my order. How else do you think I can afford myself such a beautiful smoke palace? He held his powerful front claws aloft and pointed out his surroundings of his finely crafted smoke treasures. Then he scuffed 2 of his claws together as if trying to snap his fingers to order something. The 4 kids were surprised at what entered. It was a pterodactyl, but half the size. It was short and fat and waddled up to its master. "Ah, my pet," Spinegar said, patting his head. "You have a pet dinosaur?" Princess Elsie asked quizzically. "Of course," Spinegar answered. "Have you ever owned a pet?" "Yes, but—" Spinegar handed the chubby pod a treat, and the princess could have sworn she saw it pant happily and wag its tail as it gobbled up the delicacy. Spinegar turned back to Bashra. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the war. Well, I can assure you, my dear Silver Dragon, the war will end when the riddle is solved." "What riddle?" Spinegar patted the portly pod on the head again. "A cunning copper dragon, the breed that is known for being jokesters and tricksters, came to me with a plan. A very solid plan, I might add." "Yes?" "He came to tell me that he had an army of dragons to the north that were preparing a surprise." "That's right," Prince Christopher said. "We met that copper dragon in the crater. He told us the name was Guffaw. He said that the white frost dragons were in the Arctic preparing a surprise." "Very good, my boy," Spinegar said with a laugh. "And what of this riddle?" the red dragon of happiness asked. Spinegar gently petted and stroked the pod's back, looking as if he didn't want to utter the words. The pod began to purr. "Yes, please tell us the riddle," Prince Christopher asked politely. Spinegar looked at the prince smugly and revealed the riddle. "What is dead but lives forever, has a heart of stone but remains quite clever?" Everybody fell silent, trying to come up with the answer. "That doesn't make any sense," Princess Elsie finally declared. "What is dead but lives forever, has a heart of stone but remains quite clever? What is that supposed to mean?" Spinegar laughed again. "That's just it. You will never find out what the meaning is. Now leave my castle. Be gone." Bashra frowned. "We are not leaving until you stop the war," she said angrily. Spinegar smiled. "We shall see about that." Something in the air suddenly didn't feel right. The red Asian dragon suddenly went flying as if he had been hit by some unseen entity. He skidded across the floor and came to a halt just as Bashra got hit by the same force. The cave boy caught a brief glimpse of something that the others could not see and went running and jumping all over the throne room, swinging his wooden club. The Asian dragon and Bashra slowly crawled back to their feet and helped the cave boy in his battle with nothing. "What are you doing?" Princess Elsie demanded, but the cave boy and the 2 dragons kept fighting some unseen foe.
Then the prince caught sight of it, but only for a split second. In the reflection of Bashra's fiery breath, he noticed the slight outline of a long, scaly tail. "It's a ghost," he told his sister. "They are fighting a ghost dragon." The ghost dragon snapped and bit Bashra several times. He fired off steady streams of scalding steam instead of the usual flame, and then jumped through the walls and returned on the other side to attack the Asian dragon and the cave boy. Even though the walls were made of solid smoke, possibly from some type of evil magic, they were still too thick for anyone but the ghost dragon to pass through. Bashra, the Asian dragon, and the cave boy could only guess and anticipate the ghost dragon's next move, but they were often wrong. The ghost dragon was far too ample and slick to be caught or fought with on any human level. Kai noticed that the domesticated pod was energetically jumping up and down, his long, thin tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth like an excited dog that was caught up in a big game of chase. Each time the ghost dragon disappeared, the pod would glance at the very wall the ghost dragon would reappear through just milliseconds before it did so. Could it be that the tubby pod could hear or even smell the ghost dragon's movements throughout the castle? After Bashra chased the ghost dragon through yet another wall, Kai quietly pointed out what he had discovered. Secretly watching the pod's movements from the corner of their eyes, they saw that Kai was correct, and they could beat the ghost dragon to his next assault point before he arrived. Even though the two dragons and the cave boy had no weapon, sharp teeth, or fangs which could injure or immobilize the ghost dragon, the very act of beating the ghost to his next destination rapidly exhausted his every plan, and instantly recognizing that he was outnumbered and outsmarted, the ghost fled to the highest spires of the castle. Spinegar appeared to be actually amused by the entire display. He stood down from his throne on all four of his formidable legs and snarled, "Vextorant imor maisel," he chanted. A drop of water landed on the top of Kai's head. Another drop landed on the cave boy's arm. Each looked up and could not tell where the drops were coming from. Lightning flashed brightly and struck the floor at Bashra's feet. Thunder exploded through the great hall, forcing everyone to cover their ears and tightly close their eyes. A downpour of rain showered in sheets from above, dispensing mysteriously from a misty smoke cloud. The chubby pod tottered toward its master for protection and shelter. "Here is the water to stop your war fires," Prince Gar mocked with a scornful chuckle. Raining faster and harder than any normal thunderstorm, the four kids and two dragons were soaked to the bone. The floor beneath them quickly became flooded and soggy, and they found that they were sinking down into the depths of it as if they were trapped in quicksand. The rain teemed down the walls, turning everything into soupy mush. All four kids piled frantically onto Bashra's slippery back as she sank and disappeared through the floor as easily as the ghost dragon would have. They emerged back in the dark, cloudy outer sky beneath the castle as damp, wet particles of magic smoke from the melted castle above showered over them. They arched downward in a rushed flurry of sodden flight until they were a safe distance away and almost completely air-dried by the rushing wind. They glanced back to see that Spinegar's smoldering castle had been restored to its full and erect glory as if nothing had ever happened to it. Bashra cried out in pain. "We have to land," Princess Elsie said, pointing out Bashra's injuries. "Perhaps we may find Koldrick to heal her," Kai advised. They landed as soon as possible among miles of gently rolling hills, many of which had been burned completely of vegetation. Others were still burning. Bashra collapsed and began to breathe heavily. Princess Elsie checked on the dragon egg inside her leather bag to make sure that it was all right, and then turned her attention back to Bashra. The red dragon of happiness ordered the kids to make her as comfortable as possible, while he once again departed briefly for food and water. After returning with the needed supplies, Bashra drank her fill, but did not seem to have much of an appetite. The kids ate and drank hungrily. They pondered their next move.
it was decided that it was no longer feasible to attempt any further attempt at flight. They would have to walk. "Where do we go from here?" Princess Elsie asked. "Well," Prince Christopher said, "we should find Coldrick as Kai suggested. But in the meantime, I think we should head to the north and find out what the frost dragons are up to." The cave boy nodded and grunted in agreement. They allowed Bashra to rest for some time until she regained most of her strength, and then they set out, one step at a time, toward the north. They traveled up and over one desolate burned hill after the next, until they came to a hilly oasis of greenery and trees that had not yet been destroyed. Again they rested, slept, and remained hidden from a colossal migration of western red dragons that flew exceedingly low overhead. The oasis hill seemed like a tropical paradise, or perhaps even a beautiful desert island lost at sea. It still had a couple beautiful trees, some soft grass, and also had a small babbling brook that trickled down one side. They used the cool water to wash up as well as clean Bashra's wounds. Princess Elsie stored some of the water away into a small water bag that she had stashed away in her leather pouch. They leaned back and could hear the sounds of birds chirping happily in the tree branches, a most soothing sound that they had not heard in some time. It greatly lifted their spirits, but some worries still lingered. With the dense clouds of thick smoke still filling the skies and blocking out the sun, it was difficult to tell whether it was day or night. Nevertheless, they slowly got to their feet and walked on. Not one of them wanted to leave the cool, fresh oasis, but they knew they had to. Just over the next two sandy, rocky hills, they made an interesting discovery. There, at the base of the slope, were two wrecked, abandoned Kiaitos. The first craft was completely damaged beyond repair. The second was still in good working order, but just needed minor repairs and adjustments to the furnace, wings, and cracked or missing bamboo. Whoever had flown the Kiaitos obviously had to flee the area quickly. The Red Dragon of Happiness, along with the help of Kai and the cave boy, fixed the second craft rather quickly, using parts from the first flyer. Since the Kiaito was large enough to hold 9 or 10 full-grown men, it held all 4 kids and Bashra quite comfortably. Everyone eagerly climbed in and looked out the partially open roof. The Red Dragon of Happiness fired his heated breath into the main pipe that led directly into the furnace, and the Kiaito jolted. The dragon fired again, and with a quiver of its leafy and maroon silken wings, the Kiaito lurched forward and took to the air. Though Kai was not an expert pilot, he tried his best to steer the Kiaito forward based on what he had seen the airmen of the Imperial Army do. There were 2 long wooden levers that extended upward from the floor at the front of the craft. The levers activated hidden gears that were between the floorboards and the bottom outer shell of the flyer. The wooden lever on the right controlled the right wing. The lever on the left controlled the left wing. When the levers were pushed forward, the Kiaito went down. When the levers were pulled backward, the Kiaito went up. Moving the levers independently of each other allowed the Kiaito to change direction. For example, moving the right lever back and the left lever forward allowed the Kiaito to turn left, and moving the right lever forward and the left lever back had the Kiaito turn to the right. It was very rough sailing at first, but Kai was a quick learner and soon trained himself to read every one of the Kiaito's eccentricities and quirky little movements, until he could almost sense what the Kiaito was feeling, as if the craft was growing on him. He aviated the air apparatus straight and narrow, through the overcast haze of the smoky shadow that obscured the land far below. Every so often the ship would descend too low, and the Red Dragon of Happiness would blow another magic flame into the furnace for fuel, and they would ascend upward again. In the back of the flyer, Princess Elsie handed the dragon egg back to Bashra, and they giddily discussed baby names and whether the drakeling was going to be a boy or a girl. Prince Christopher and the cave boy left the girls to do their thing and went to the front of the ship to navigate and have Kai teach them how to fly. There was no sun in which to steer by, so using the Asian dragon's homing sense, they held a pretty accurate directional pattern. All was going well until Kai spotted some drifting turmoil in the smoky sky ahead. Some charcoal gray smoke seemed to be washing away in a swift current that ran from the west to the east. There was no way around it. "Ahead!" Kai pointed out, somewhat frantic. "Ahead! Trouble ahead!" Bashra slowly raised her long neck to see over the side of the Kiaito. She clenched her teeth to endure the pain of her wounds as she did so. "That, children," she said, "is a highway." "What's a highway?" Princess Elsie asked. "A highway, dear children, is a fast-moving current of air on which pterodactyls and other large birds can travel great distances at a very high rate of speed." Princess Elsie was still confused. "But why do they call it a highway?" Prince Christopher spoke up. "They probably call it a highway because it's high off the ground and a way for pterodactyls to travel." "Correct," Bashra confirmed. "Can it be crossed?" Kai asked, not meaning to interrupt their conversation, but they were drawing ever closer to the swift current. "Yes," Bashra responded. "It can be crossed, but it is extremely dangerous. Be careful." The Asian dragon blew one more blaze into the furnace, and Kai readied himself for anything. They entered the highway with a rushing dart to the right. Kai steered to the left to keep things steady. They leveled off and glided forward. So far, so good. A flock of medium-sized black birds came down the highway. Everyone ducked. Kai held the Kiaito steady and the birds passed on all sides. Just after everyone cautiously raised their heads, they saw the pterodactyls. "They're going to hit us!" Princess Elsie screamed. 100 gigantic pterodactyls came barreling down the highway. They honked their loud warning cries and swerved to miss the Kiaito. Some went rolling off the highway, others veered below or above. But one small brown pterodactyl plowed directly into the side, crushing and splintering the bamboo. Kai lost control of the Kiaito and spun off the other side of the highway and began to fall to the ground. Princess Elsie screamed again. Through the smoke below, they could not see the ground, so they had no idea how far they were going to fall. The Asian dragon urgently blew more fire into the furnace, but it was of no use. The Kiaito fell faster. All of a sudden, a tiny green lizard scampered onto the top railing of the Kiaito. It must have been hidden there when the Imperial Army abandoned the craft. "Are you in need of assistance?" the tiny lizard asked. Everyone perked up and examined the lizard closer. It was no lizard at all. It was a tiny green dragon with tiny green wings. It must have seen the accident and flown in to help. "What can you do?" Prince Christopher asked. "You're so small." "Never judge a creature by its size," the tiny dragon said. Everybody at once recognized his voice. It was Coldrick the sorcerer. Coldrick scampered back over the edge of the falling craft to the area where the damage had been done by the pterodactyl, all the while holding on tightly with his tiny green dragon claws. He chanted some quick magic spells, and the kids watched in amazement as the bamboo repaired itself to its true original form. The Kiaito abruptly stopped falling and hovered like a bouncing cushion in the sky. Everyone on board collapsed in a giant sigh of relief. Coldrick flapped his tiny green wings and took to the sky. "Sorry I can't stay long," he said. "I was on the ground helping a wounded brontosaurus and sensed that you were nearby and in trouble, so I came to help, but I really must be getting back." "No, wait!" Princess Elsie called out. She held out her hands and the small green dragon landed. "Bashra has been injured," she says. "We need you to help her." The princess carefully carried Coldrick to the wounded silver dragon. The green dragon flapped his wings steadily again and lifted out of her hands. He looked over Bashra's wounds and seemed to smile. "Ah, very simple and easily fixed," he said, and then began to chant his magic words. Sorino turafin me enforce. Bashra stretched, feeling with much relief that her body was completely healed. Thank you so much, she said. Nothing to it, Coldrick said. How is the egg? Safe and sound, Princess Elsie said confidently. Good. I really must be off. I hope to see and talk to you all again. And with that, the tiny green dragon turned, flew away, and disappeared into the smoky sky. Thank you again, Bashra called after him as loudly and gratefully as she could. Kai regained his composure and took the control levers, and within a couple of minutes they were airborne again and heading back to the north. They flew for another hour or so with no problems, flying through nothing but cloudy smoke. They sometimes felt as if they were going nowhere, since they had no landmarks in which to judge speed or distance. But soon, to everyone's great relief, they broke through the clouds. A wave of fresh air suddenly washed over them. Behind they left the desolate, charred and marred land, the land of ruin, the land of devastation. And all at once they entered the beautiful sunlight, the beautiful fresh air, the air so fresh that they breathed it in through their mouths so they could taste it. They coughed out the smoke and took in every ounce of oxygen they could squeeze into their lungs. Their eyes took several minutes to adjust, but it was worth the wait. Everything seemed so new and alive, and everything in the past seemed old and forgotten. They enjoyed every minute, every second of the experience, until they arrived at a dead end. Kai flew the Kiaito forward until they were abruptly stopped by a vast wall of solid ice. The wall stretched for as far as the eye could see, to the west and to the east. It expanded all the way to the ground and well up into the depths of the atmosphere among the heavens. Bashra called it a glacier. Prince Christopher suggested they find out just how far the ice extended. So Kai turned the Kiaito to the right, and they traveled east for almost another hour. But still the wall went on and on as if there was no end. Prince Christopher then changed his mind. We need to go up and over to see what's on the other side, he said. The glacier was far too steep to go straight up, so Kai had to do it in steps. First he traveled upward at a 45-degree angle to the east, turned the Kiaito around, and then traveled upward at another 45-degree angle to the west. This he did again and again, inching his way up, step by step, higher and higher. At each turn, the red dragon of happiness filled the furnace with more fire, giving the Kiaito more power and keeping everything warm inside the ship as the air got thinner and thinner, and the temperature got colder and colder. Finally, they reached the summit and flew over without hesitation. On the other side was a beautiful, clear azure lake that also, like the ice wall, stretched in all directions forever. The water was so blue and the clarity so magnificent that you could see all the way to the bottom, which extended down almost as far as the glacier. Kai unremittingly glided the flyer above the water's surface, searching for a place to land. After skimming over the sparkling blue waves for over 273 miles, he spotted an icy shoreline. But the beach was not deserted. Spreading the length of the coast were millions of white, western, and Asian dragons. Both had streamlined bodies of pure, colorless white, and large, sharp spikes, teeth, and claws that they were using to scrape and break away large chunk of ice from the frozen beach. Out, several feet from the shoreline, flew thousands of juvenile western blue dragons. They were young and about half the size of their parents. They were light baby blue in color, which hid them pretty well among the waves of the water if you happened to be looking straight down. The young dragons were using their electrical lung flames to melt large blocks of ice back to its clear water state. This was very efficient because the electricity would not only melt the large cubes of ice, but would also conduct in electrical pulses down through the current of water and melt all other ice around it, and at the same time keep the water warm. All of the dragons had also apparently developed a way in which they could stand or swim in the water and not be electrocuted. The entire scene was a huge, gigantic puzzle. The dragons were obviously not on vacation. They were working, and working hard. The four kids from the high vantage point of the Kyoto could see the flat land of ice beyond, and could tell the dragons still had a lot of chopping and thawing left to do. On the horizon, further to the north, was a long, thin, brown line of other animals that also stretched for miles to the east and to the west. They were on the move and coming closer. The cave boy held his wooden club tightly. He recognized the large animals instantly and almost began to salivate. "What are they?" Princess Elsie asked. The prince squinted to get a better look. "I don't know what they are, but they sure are mammoth," he responded. "Mammoth," the cave boy said, licking his chops. The cave boy was right. Traveling in vast herds toward the south and directly toward the white dragons were thousands of woolly mammoths. They were humongous. Each one stood 3 times the size of a normal elephant and had many of the same features, including a long trunk and 4 powerful legs and round, flat feet. They were completely covered from head to tail in thick brown fur and had 2 long tusks of pure white ivory extending outward in a slight curve from their large mouths. Behind the row of advancing woolly mammoths marched a second line of 1,000 mastodons. They were slightly larger than the mammoths, standing about 4 times the size of a normal elephant. The mastodon's fur was darker brown and significantly longer. Their heads were flatter and larger. Their frames were stockier and more robust, and their tusks were much thicker. "Me hunt mammoth," the cave boy uttered, almost in a trance-like state, as if hunting large mammoths was in his blood. "Not yet," Prince Christopher ordered. "Let's see what happens." The woolly mammoths trudged forward, stomping the icy ground. As they neared the line of white dragons, the young blue dragons fled, taking quickly to the air, roaring and screeching their panicked warning calls, and soon they were gone. The mammoths and mastodons began to trot faster. The white, western, and Asian dragons moved from the water and rooted themselves up into the icy bank, with their fierce claws digging into the thick ice for support. The woolly mammoths and mastodons joined ranks as a solid force and bowled into the dragons, striking many back into the water. Most of the white dragons held their ground and expelled their fiery breath, catching the mammoth's fur on fire and filling the air with a stench of burning hair. The woolly mammoths plowed directly through to the water's edge and filled their massive trunks with water. They drank in colossal amounts and then briefly turned around and sprayed the dragons or showered themselves to smother the flames before the fire could reach and burn their thick hides. The white western dragons backed up and regrouped. The white Asian dragons swirled into the sky and tried to attack from above. Again, the mammoths and mastodons filled their trunks with water. The mastodons shot steady streams of water into the air and hit the Asian dragons. The woolly mammoths doused the western dragons that were standing directly ahead. Half of the dragons' burning defenses were reduced to fumes or steam. Angrily, they attacked with their fangs and claws. The woolly mammoths, using their powerful trunks like arms or hands, wrapped them tightly around the dragons' torsos and yanked them harshly off their hairy bodies. This worked well, but the mammoths ended up losing large clumps of hair and fur. Other mammoths and mastodons surged forward, using their broad tusks like swords or spears, while others lowered their huge heads and shoved the dragons back by the use of their thick, hairy foreheads. Many dragons fell and were trampled by the slow, steady weight of the mastodons. The deadly battle was a brutal explosion of fire and water. At one point, a huge male woolly mammoth was being attacked by a slippery Asian dragon that had wrapped itself completely around its furry head like a vice. Another male mastodon noticed this monstrosity, rapidly approached, and using leverage from his great tusks, pried the dragon off and dragged it across the rough ice and tossed it into the lake. The 4 kids, watching overhead from the Kiaito, could not take their eyes off what they were witnessing. The red Asian dragon interrupted their train of thought by informing them that he was exhausted from keeping the furnace lit and encouraged them to find a place to land. Kai steered the ship high over the battle and landed several miles away behind the front lines. Everyone climbed out without taking their eyes off the war. The ice was so flat and level they could see every detail and every skirmish as if they were standing right next to it. It was amazing. The cave boy couldn't stand it anymore. He yelled and charged toward the woolly mammoths, waving his club wildly in the air. "Og, no, come back!" Princess Elsie shouted, but the cave boy did not listen. Bashra and the red dragon of happiness knew they could have gone after him and brought him back, but they also knew that it wouldn't have done much good. His urge to hunt was too great. The cave boy ran, full of adrenaline. His bare feet and legs could hardly feel the sharp, cold sting of the ice as he kicked his way through the thick snow. He sprinted in among the enormous mastodons, hunting and searching for the perfect woolly mammoth to bring down. The mastodons stared down at the cave boy in disgust through their small, fierce brown eyes. They trumpeted loud fury from their trunks. Their heavy weight began to shake and crack the ice beneath their large, fur-covered feet and muscular legs. The cave boy darted in between each animal rapidly. As he did so, he subtly noticed that every woolly mammoth and mastodon had its own scent. Some smelled of wild timber, other of musk, and still others now smelled of cooking meat simply because of the fire from the devastating dragons. The cave boy had to find a small mammoth that was big enough to eat, use the hide for clothing, and fashion the bones into tools. If he brought one down that was too big, a lot would go to waste, so it wasn't worth the effort. At long last he spotted a young male that was just about the right size. The spry, woolly mammoth was preoccupied doing battle with a smaller, white Asian dragon. The cave boy knew that the dragon would not stay around for long, so he had to strike now. He quietly approached, and attempting to use the thinner end of his wooden club as a spear, he thrust it harshly toward the mammoth's underbelly. The young mammoth reared up in anger. The end of the club was not sharp enough to do any damage. It merely bounced off as the mammoth cursed the cave boy's existence. The mammoth and mastodon stampeded, driving both the white western dragons and white Asian dragons back further from the lake that they had created. The dragons suddenly, of one thought, decided that their work there had been completed, and they quickly retreated to the sky and flew south. The woolly mammoths and mastodons followed by leaping into the lake and swimming after. They held their versatile trunks above the water like a snorkel, and by kicking all 4 legs, they propelled their bulky weight briskly through the water. The cave boy was not about to let them get away. He jumped eagerly onto the back of one large bull mammoth, then inched his way to the animal's neck and held on for the ride with both legs. Cruising through the clear waters of the lake that the white frost dragons had so diligently made with their own blood, sweat, and tears, the mastodons and woolly mammoths swam determinedly onward, but were not fast enough to keep pace with the fleeing dragons. The millions of white western and white Asian dragons soared like eagles high above the waves until they reached the great ice wall that the 4 kids had ascended earlier that day. They flew over the upper lip that held back the water and scattered themselves along the outer base in various positions along the icy cliffs, and abruptly began to dig, break, and melt the frigid ice as they had done before on the other bank. Out of desperation for the safety of the cave boy, the red dragon of happiness gathered himself together as best he could, took a deep breath, and blew more fire into the furnace. Kai pulled the levers back and the Kiaito took off. He flew the craft low over the water until they caught up with the woolly mammoth herd. By moving the levers back and forth rhythmically, he managed to hover somewhat steadily over the cave boy. The cave boy stood on the mammoth's shaggy back, but the Kiaito was still too high. Kai tried his best to fly lower, but could only descend so far before he would lose airspeed and precious wind under the wings. He did not want to risk a crash. The cave boy threw his wooden club up toward the prince so that he had access and use of both hands. Prince Christopher caught it and stood it in the corner. The cave boy squatted, then jumped higher than any normal man could ever dream of. He caught the upper edge of the Kiaito, but his fingers slipped off the bamboo, and he plummeted back down toward the water. Everyone gasped. The woolly mammoths and mastodons swam heavily on both sides, bouncing the cave boy back and forth. The cave boy grabbed a fistful of hair from a passing female mastodon and hoisted himself up to the highest point of her backbone, and prepared to leap again. Kai would have to time this just right. He would have to dip down at the same time the cave boy jumped upward. 1, 2, 3. The cave boy sprang through the air, and this time caught a secure hold of the Kiaito. Bashra helped him over the edge, and he collapsed to the floor, disappointed that he did not get his prize mammoth. The cave boy slowly stood, picked up his wooden club, and began to sulk. The others tried their best to cheer him up, but they didn't know what to say. Bashra changed the subject. "We need to follow those dragons," she said. "I have a very bad feeling about them." Kai piloted the Kiaito forward as fast as it would go. He arrived back at the original ice wall and flew over the outer edge. Bashra was horrified at what the other dragons were doing. "It's a giant dam," she exclaimed. "The wall of ice is a dam that is holding back all of that water, and they're trying to destroy it." Thousands of western silver dragons and thousands of yellow Asian dragons landed on the vertical wall in an effort to help break down the gigantic barrier. "I have to stop them," Bashra said. "I have to reason with them. They don't know what they are doing. They are my own kind. They'll listen to me." She handed the egg to Princess Elsie for safekeeping, and then, since she hadn't flown in a while, she stretched her wings, legs, and every other muscle in preparation for flight. In the blink of an eye, she took off, flying away on her silver wings. With the sudden removal of her immense weight lifted from the Kiaito, the craft shot straight up into the sky as if being fired from a slingshot. The red dragon of happiness was left behind. He had to make a decision, follow the kids or follow his true love. Figuring the kids would be safe for the time being, at that high altitude, he followed Bashra. The dragons on the ice dam were scraping their way through it as if hunger for destruction had set in. They had gone mad. They acted as if they were blind, deaf, and mute. The only sensation remaining were their digging claws and hot, melting inner flame. They could not be reasoned with. One large female white western frost dragon finally broke through the thick ice. It sprung a small leak at first, then split and cracked vertically. The dragons tried to flee, but the massive dam shook, crumbled, and shattered with a mighty blast. Every inch of ice was cleared and harshly pushed aside by the raw, built-up power of the rushing water. Every dragon in sight was swept beneath the swift, pounding current and disappeared. In the middle lands of North America, thousands and thousands of the last remaining dinosaurs were solemnly destroying the final remnants of what was left of any flourishing vegetation and landmarks. A triceratops pushed over the very last standing tree, ripping its roots profusely from the firmly packed dirt. The brontosaurs knocked over, stomped, and crushed the remaining bushes and foliage. And one small female stegosaur ate the very last blade of grass. Nothing was left. Nothing remained. The ground shook, slowly at first, and then grew, louder and louder, harder and harder, until it seemed that the very smoke that lingered in the sky was shaking. A herd of parasaurs raised their heads and glanced to the north. They sounded their horrible honking cries and tried to run. The brontosaurs, stegosaurs, triceratops, T-rexes, and pods turned to see what the parasaurs were running from, and in a mad dash of pandemonium, they quickly followed suit and ran for their lives. A giant blue-gray wall of water, reaching almost to the clouds, thundered over the land, crushing and flooding everything in its path. Burning trees were doused and swept away. Large, heavy boulders were lifted, carried for miles, then set down again at the bottom of a new, raging tide. Dirt, ashes, and mud was lifted ferociously up into the murky water and surged horrifyingly toward the escaping dinosaurs, grabbing them like a mighty hand and burying their remains under miles of rock and sediment. From high above in the Kiaito, the four kids watched all of the horror as the sweeping waves rushed and drowned the last of the dragons and the dinosaurs until nothing could be seen for miles except water. The huge waves completely flooded the northern and southern American continents. It raised the sea level dramatically and poured over much of the other lands and countries around the world. Without the red Asian dragon's flame, the Kiaito began to sputter and die. It dropped rapidly. Kai masterfully steered the craft in a zigzag pattern, slowing their descent. Everyone held tightly to the bamboo railing and embraced themselves for impact as they landed jaggedly with a loud splash. Burned tree trunks and debris floated all around. The kids stood, looked around, and tried to regain their senses. "Where are we?" Princess Elsie asked. There was no land in sight. "I'm not sure," Prince Christopher responded, trying to get a bearing on which way was north. Judging by the sun, he quickly discovered that the Kiaito was floating with increasing speed among a swift current toward the south. A subtle thumping was abruptly heard coming from beneath the floorboards of the drifting Kiaito. "What was that?" Princess Elsie asked with deep concern. "It could be one of the floating trees," Kai suggested. "Nothing in Kiaito makes that noise." The thumping occurred again, but louder and harder. Something large, smooth and dark, glided past in the water. Something alive. Prince Christopher drew his sword. The cave boy raised his wooden club. Princess Elsie held the precious egg close. A giant head with sharp, dagger-like teeth and a long neck rose up out of the water. It was an Elasmosaurus. It was a male at 46 feet long with smooth, dark blue skin. He propelled himself through the water with a long tail and 4 large flippers, 2 in front and 2 in the back. Prince Christopher looked at his sister. "You were right all along," he said. "I was right about what?" the princess asked. "There really are such things as sea monsters," the prince said with a nervous chuckle, referring back to their discussion on the Viking longship. Before the princess could respond, the Elasmosaur snarled and lunged at the Kiaito. The cave boy intercepted his head with a swift blow from his club. The Elasmosaur backed off, but only briefly. Another Elasmosaur reared up from the other side, this time a large female. The two attacked simultaneously. Prince Christopher and the cave boy fought them off bravely. A third Elasmosaur swam through the water and rammed the bottom of the Kiaito, shaking the tiny craft violently. Princess Elsie lost her footing at the unexpected impact, toppled forward, and desperately trying to hold on, the large dragon egg slipped through her fingers and fell into the water. "No!" she cried. "No! No! No!" The princess thought momentarily about jumping into the water after the egg, but she couldn't with all the sea monsters around. The Kiaito was still floating in the main current flow to the south. The egg, however, drifted to the west. Within seconds, the large egg got caught up in a whirlpool and disappeared quickly beneath the surface. Princess Elsie screamed again. She grabbed her hair and sank hopelessly into the corner. What had she done? She felt as if she had let the dragons down. The Elasmosaurs continued to pound the small craft. Prince Christopher managed to stab one, but it continued to battle. Kai tried to use some of his kung fu moves, but it was limited by space. All 3 boys realized that this was going to be a battle of wills and endurance. They decided to rotate, fighting a different Elasmosaur at a time. The prince would fight the male, turn it over to the cave boy, then switch and fight the female. This revolving gave the illusion that they would never tire. From the Elasmosaur's point of view, it appeared that they were completely outnumbered. After an hour of relentless dueling, it eventually worked. Sore and bruised, the elasmosaurs reluctantly departed, swimming regretfully away. The three boys collapsed to the floor of the Kiaito in complete exhaustion. "I lost the egg! I lost the egg!" Princess Elsie whispered remorsefully. Breathing heavily, Prince Christopher tried his best to console his sister. "I know. I saw. I'm sorry." Steam from what had been the forest fires filled the air, finally clearing the smoke and allowing glorious sunlight to radiate through in heavenly abundance. The Kiaito coasted for miles in the fast-paced tide that relentlessly rushed in a circular pattern among the southbound rubble and wreckage that bobbed along rhythmically among the waves. For some time, the four kids sat in separate corners, reflecting on the sad loss of the dragons that they had come to know. Princess Elsie felt bad for losing the egg. The cave boy felt sad for the loss of all the dinosaurs and hunting experiences that he would no longer have. And Kai missed his parents. Just when all seemed hopeless and completely lost, they heard a sound that momentarily took their minds off of their problems. They heard a distant voice. It sounded like a woman. All four stood and looked around. "Over here! Over here!" the voice called out. The kids could not tell where the voice was coming from. It seemed to echo from all around. "Here!" the voice continued to shout. Then Kai spotted her. It was a female copper dragon clutching desperately to a deeply charred log some distance away in a swirling lagoon of debris. The cave boy began to paddle toward her using his wooden club. The others picked up flat pieces of floating driftwood from around the outer side of the craft and helped steer toward the stranded dragon. It was somewhat against the current, but they eventually made it. "Here, I'm so glad you arrived," the helpless dragon said. The copper dragon was one of the most beautiful the kids had ever seen. She had deep saffron eyes, glorious copper scales that were highlighted with golden tips, and two large horns on her angelic head that were smooth and elegant. Her copper wings had thin feminine elbows that helped her hold on to the log. Everything else about her was submerged below the surface, except for her two front legs and claws that held on dearly to the crumbling charcoal stump. She was slowly beginning to slip. For all that seemed right about her, she also seemed wrongly wounded. "How can we help you?" Prince Christopher asked. "You can't," the dragon replied. "We can try," Princess Elsie added. "Oh, it's too late for that," the dragon said weakly. "What is your name?" the princess asked. "My name is Coiffine. I am the last of the dragons." "If you are the very last dragon, then we need to get you some help," the princess said, worried. "We can try to find Coldrick the sorcerer." "I already told you. I am the last of the dragons." "What?" "Coldrick was no human. He was the magic serpent from the highlands outside the borders of your kingdom. He took the form of a human because he was a peacekeeper and healer for all beasts." All four kids looked at each other in stunned amazement. "It was because of Coldrick that I was hanging on until you got here." "You knew we were coming?" Kai said. "Of course, it was part of the plan." "What plan?" Princess Elsie asked. The copper dragon was struggling with her words, but spoke softly. "Did you know Guffaw, the copper dragon?" "Yes, we met him," Prince Christopher said. "He was a trickster." "Yes, he could pull a good prank," Coiffine thought for a moment, and then continued. "Guffaw was my brother. He arranged for the ultimate destruction of the dinosaurs. All of this devastation was his fault, and partially mine, for I allowed it to go on. He tricked the frost dragons into melting the glacier in the Arctic. He told them that he had plans to start wildfires, and the melted ice would help put the fires out. He didn't tell them that the water was truly intended to wipe out the dinosaurs. I knew the plan all along, but sadly said nothing about it." "You mustn't blame yourself," Princess Elsie said, trying to cheer her up. "I suppose you are right. It's too late now to blame any one dragon, human, or dinosaur. Why did Guffaw want to destroy the dinosaur so badly? Prince Christopher asked. Because of the riddle? Oh yes, of course, the riddle, Princess Elsie exclaimed. She began to recite it. What never dies but lives forever, has a heart of stone but remains quite clever. Do you know what it means? Guffaw asked. Have you figured it out? No, Princess Elsie said. It doesn't make any sense. At first I thought the answer was the dinosaurs, but that is correct, Guffaw said, perking up with new energy. That is the answer. How could dinosaurs be the answer? Prince Christopher stated. Guffaw hated being enslaved by humans, so he wanted to confuse the descendants of future generations of humans to come. You see, the dinosaurs are buried in mud that will harden into rock, and the minerals will replace the cells as the dinos decompose, leaving a skeleton that will be made completely of stone. The humans, being curious creatures, too curious for their own good sometimes, will discover these large dinosaurs centuries from now and be completely confused by all manner of the mystery. They will probably guess the age of the dinos as being much older than they actually are, by how deep they were buried. That is just the type of backward thinking that a ridiculous human would waste his time pondering over. The 4 kids were a bit insulted, but kept their mouths shut. And even though some of the terminology was lost on them, they kept smiling and nodding regardless. So that is what the riddle means, Princess Elsie said. The dinosaurs will never die and live forever in the imagination of humans, completely confusing them. That is where the clever part comes in. And the heart of stone means that the dinosaurs will turn to rock. Yes. And what of Coldrick the dragon? Prince Christopher asked. Are you saying that he is dead? He is dead for now, but he will return. He too is now encased in rock as a dragon, but the day will come when he will be unearthed, and he will rise again as a mighty serpent and tell the humans the truth. Only when that is done will he leave this world forever and join the other dragons in the heavens. Kai, the cave boy, and Princess Elsie smiled broadly and were content. Prince Christopher still had his doubts. How could Guffaw come up with this entire plan on his own? The prince asked quizzically. Guffaw began to fade from consciousness, but tried her best to answer. My brother came up with the plan, but had the help of Spinegar and the demonic red dragon. Their evil deeds were too wicked for... She suddenly blacked out. Princess Elsie grabbed both of her horns and began to shake her entire heavy head. Guffaw, wake up! We will help you. Please stay awake. Guffaw briefly came to. No, I must go now. My job was to tell the humans the plan and ask for forgiveness for my underhanded role. Princess Elsie patted Guffaw comfortably on her head and scaly cheek. We forgive you, she uttered. The other 3 boys nodded in agreement. We all forgive you, Prince Christopher said. With those words finally spoken, Guffaw smiled, closed her large yellow dragon eyes, and slipped quietly down into the depths of the water, letting death take her to the land that all other dragons had gone. Princess Elsie cried. Prince Christopher had always despised dragons, but found that he now had changed. He truly missed the majestic creatures, and inwardly felt horrible for all of his past actions. But on the outside, he knew that he must focus on the present and the future, and perhaps someday become a much better king. 2 days slowly passed. The debris and floating wreckage had all drifted away or sank to the seabed below, leaving just the small Kyoto on a large ocean of lonely blue-gray waves. The surrounding water was not salty. It remained fresh and drinkable, so the kids guessed correctly that they were still sailing above the American continent and not out to the open ocean. When it came to meals, all 4 kids shared the last of the pterodactyl jerky until every last crumb had disappeared.
Then the cave boy took to diving for fresh fish. He broke off a long, thin piece of bamboo, sharpened the end, and dove down into the murky depths to spear small tuna. Kai and Princess Elsie would clean the fish and cook them on top of a floating burn pit that the cave boy had fashioned out of dirt, old tree trunks, and several other things that he had seen drifting by a couple days ago. Sometimes the cave boy would dive down in the more shallow waters and bring up all kinds of treasures, like a lost shield or the skeletal neck plate of a triceratops, both of which he used to help build the burn pit. After a well-deserved dinner, thunderclouds slowly began to fill the sky, and a light, steady rain poured down, clearing the rest of the putrid smoke from the sky. The air was cleansed, thinned out, and breathable again. It was so refreshing. Princess Elsie rummaged through her leather bag to find something that she could use to cover her head from the falling rain. Instead of finding anything useful, everything that she came across was a trip down memory lane. Without a real care in the world, she pulled out her tiara crown and glanced over the shimmering silver and valuable jewel stones. But instead of examining the glorious detail, her mind remembered Bashra, the kind, motherly silver dragon, and all the fun they had had together, though most of it was dangerous. The princess smiled, placed the tiara elegantly on her head, and continued to search through her bag. Next, she found some coins. She held them tightly in her hand, made a wish, and tossed them into the water. She wished that they would find land soon and be safe. Moments later, through the sheets of rain, Kai noticed a strange silhouette some miles away. It looked like a large elasmosaurus with a thick, heavy body and long neck. He called to the others, who came running for a better look. As the large, shadowy beast neared, the sun suddenly cast its rays through the clouds, revealing that it was no elasmosaur at all, but instead a Viking longship, complete with its carved wooden sea monster head on the bow. The kids cheered. The ship sailed closer. Sir Ormerod began to call out to them from the main deck, "Christopher, Princess Elsinore! My name is Elsie!" The large ship pulled up beside the floating Kiaito, and there stood Ormerod, Ethelred, the Chinese emperor, the general, several other knights and Vikings that were still wearing their metal horned helmets. The knights lowered a thick rope that had knots tied into it about every 2 feet. The kids quickly climbed it and embraced Sir Ormerod and Sir Ethelred. Sir Ormerod patted Princess Elsie on the head. "Your father would have been so proud of you two," he stated confidently. He hadn't forgotten about the cave boy and Kai. "The king would have been proud of you two as well," he added with a broad smile. The emperor bowed to Kai. Kai returned the bow. "We are sorry to have gotten lost," Prince Christopher said. "It was perhaps we that were lost," Sir Ormerod confided. "But somehow, deep down, I knew that you would be all right. Considering, of course, you are now the new king." Princess Elsie covered her mouth in a combination of squealing in delight and tears of joy. Sir Ethelred stepped forward. "That is correct, Your Highness. Upon the death of the king, you are next in line to sit upon the throne." Everyone that was present began to kneel. Prince Christopher was somewhat embarrassed. "Please rise. There'll be more time for formalities upon our return to Scotland. Right now, I'm just happy to see everyone." Everyone aboard the ship laughed. One nearby Viking adjusted his horned helmet. "So, has every last dinosaur and dragon been killed?" The emperor answered, "Legend foretells that in 1,000 or so years, a new dragon with most honorable powers will be born." Prince Christopher nodded in agreement. "Yes, correct. As for now, all the others have been completely destroyed, except for 3 sea monsters, but they should be no threat to us." "Your Highness," Sir Ormerod spoke with a negative shake of his head, "about the sea monsters, we have received word from home that they had received quite a bit of flooding. Everything is fine, of course, but after the waters had subsided, your 3 sea monsters were sighted swimming in our own Scotland Lake." "No," Princess Elsie breathed. "Well, I have had quite my fill of monsters," Prince Christopher said, turning to Kai. "I believe that it is best that we sail to the Orient and return my friend here back to his parents." Kai was excited. Thank you, thank you. And what about Og? Princess Elsie asked. Oh, the cave boy, Sir Ermerod said. He can stay with us for a while, and on the way back, after the flood has passed, we can find out what happened to the rest of his family. Prince Christopher beamed. Then let us sail on. Everyone aboard cheered and took to their stations. The throne room was festooned with floral garland and adorned with scented candles in preparation for the young prince's coronation. Wooden pews similar to those in a church were lined in rows on either side of the massive chamber. All seats were filled to capacity with local peasants, commoners, knights, Vikings, and other royal family members. Bright light shone majestically in through stained glass windows. Trumpets sounded and music played by a gathered orchestra. Prince Christopher walked slowly down the center aisle wearing a long red royal robe that had belonged to his father and grandfather. He walked up the steps and kneeled down on one knee. The presiding bishop delicately placed a golden crown upon the young boy's head. I now pronounce you King Christopher, King of all Scottish Isles and Colonies. The congregation took to their feet and applauded loudly. King Christopher stood and faced the crowd. After the ceremony had concluded and the pomp and circumstance had died down, King Christopher, Princess Elsie, and 3 handmaidens took a few minutes out of their busy schedule and walked down to the rocky shoreline to admire the new river and waterfall that cascaded over the cliff's edge with a thunderous roar to the beach below. A couple of the local villagers slowly approached, holding their hats humbly in their hands in front of their torsos. Christopher recognized them as a couple of the workers that had dug the river. Your Majesty, an unshaven man said. He was obviously the leader of the group. We just wanted to apologize for giving you a hard time so many months ago. There is no need to say that you are sorry, said King Christopher. I need to apologize to you for being so bossy and forcing you to dig in needless veins such a senseless project. Princess Elsie snickered through her nose. The man and his friends turned to leave, but stopped and turned back. Again, we are sorry, King Christopher and Princess Elsinore. Princess Elsie couldn't take it any more. My name is Elsie! And so the legend and mystery of the dinosaurs continues to this day. Scientists are making new discoveries all the time, but the debate rages on. Were certain dinosaurs carnivores or scavengers? What is the true name of certain species? Fighting, arguments, confusion, and mystery reign supreme. Coldrick the dragon thus far remains uncovered. But soon he shall be set free, and the truth shall be known about the dinosaurs, and he will then ascend and take his rightful place with the other dragons among the stars. To this day, the dragon egg remains safe, hidden in plain sight, protected by Eastern and Western dragon magic, so that when it does hatch, it will bring forth the greatest dragon the world has ever known. Destiny awaits the one true human that can train the mighty beast, the one with the hidden magic, the one fate has chosen to find the egg in his or her own backyard. So let this story be a simple guide about the unpredictability of dragons and dinosaurs as you raise your own dragon to adulthood, because it is you that must seek and protect the dragon egg.
We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Stories. Copyright 2009, all rights reserved. Thank you.